Good morning, friends. Good morning. Welcome in. My intro has a mind of its own. It just stops when it wants to sometimes. But welcome in. Y'all are used to it, I'm sure. Get comfy. We're going to unpack the latest. We didn't go live yesterday. We took a break. Boy, we needed a break, right? And there was not a whole lot like happening in the Nancy Guthrie case. So, well, some things happened, but nothing that we had to run live with. So, took the time to have a break. I hope all y'all had a good weekend. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Stephanie, welcome in. Tricia, Jet, Ruth Ann, always good to see you guys. Thank you so much for coming in. And of course, to my amazing mod team, Forrest and Butterfly. Rachel will be here in a little bit. Hey, Real Happy, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Jet, you already got. I saw your comment right as we were getting, as the intro was playing. Um, we got theories to discuss, don't we? We got some theories to discuss. So there is new report. Well, there was one reporter, right? And we have the report saying that another source has claimed to her robbery gone wrong. Maybe what they're thinking. Nobody said anything definitively. Um, I'm sure that was never off the table. I'm not sure at this point how anything could be off the table, right? Because y'all haven't given me any reason to take anything off the table, except maybe the family. I'll tell you why. Because if the sheriff legit has DNA from within that home they can't identify and they think it belonged to the criminal, it's not the family. They've been swabbed. So that what does that leave us with? Right? Robbery gone wrong, which would have been everybody's first thought in a case like this. Nobody expects anybody just to kidnap somebody, right, for no good reason. So robbery was always the first suspect. But I'm going to tell you what, I finally got an image of that back door, and I'm not so sure a robbery even occurred or a break-in occurred at all. Now, if somebody had a key to that door, I couldn't tell you how the hell they got it unless they knew the inner circle. That doesn't mean that a friend or acquaintance or other employee of the, say, her daughters, somebody close, right? You can't just, how y'all know how hard it's going to be to get y'all's door key and get a copy, or your mama's door key and get a copy. They have to know you. I have not seen any signs of forced entry, and I'll show you that back door. I was like, hell yeah, this morning I was like, oh my God, I finally got a shot of that back door. And I don't see a sliding door. There's not even room for a sliding door. It's literally a big brick wall and another blue door. Here's my other question, though, with this door situation. We got a front door, two back doors, one at the garage and one at the back patio. We can also see from the aerial footage that there is a patio right off, it appears to be, would be the master bedroom, primary suite, whatever you want to call it these days. The big bedroom where the adults live, that room has a patio. What type of door was there? Wouldn't you think you would wake your victim coming through that door? I still ain't seen a shot of that door. So I'm kind of like, it's off the, I'm just like, I just keep it tucked in the back of my mind. But what about that patio over there? What room did that go to? Was it a sunroom? Was it her bedroom? I want to know. I need to see. I've been trying for 15, 6, how many days now to get a view of that back door and finally got it. Hey, Semi Sharp. Simi, I have to laugh when I see you. We had a little fun this weekend. We had a little fun. We couldn't help ourselves, could we? No, no, no. Don't be trying that stuff on our watch. Don't even do it. Jet says, Butterfly, I'm so old. So I may more likely than not. Wait, I might got to start that over. Butterfly, I'm old. So I may more likely than not kind of. Yes, I get it. Dude, I'm right there with you, Jet. I'm right there with you. The thing is, guys, do y'all, how did this person get in if it's a robbery, right? So are we going to think that, say, they got into the house, however they did it, and they're in there and they're burglarizing, right? And they wake Miss Nancy up. She comes out. She sees this masked man in her house. What happens at that point? Does she go after him, or does she try to retreat to her room? How does she end up on the front porch with blood on the front porch? I saw a Twitter post that literally said, "Oh, well, my theory is that Miss Nancy attacked him and chased them across the house and out that front door and fell and then stumbled away." She ran across the house with what? Is Nancy going to chase an assailant all the way out her front door and then injure herself to the point where she has a head injury now, and now she just stumbles off down the road into the abyss to never be seen again? So I have problems with the robbery theory because it has to make sense in my head. I can't just say, well, it was a robbery. It's easy to say robbery. It's easy to say kidnapping. I've got to make it work in my head. How did they get in? And here's another thing. If that front door was locked when the family arrived, why was it locked when we saw her blood on the front porch? There's no damage to that front door at all. I mean, good Lord, we've all seen that serious ass front door. You're not getting in without a bunch of noise. Was it still dead bolted and or locked in any capacity? Both doors, the burglar door and the main door, were they locked? If I'm robbing a house and stuff got sideways and went completely wrong and I killed my victim or killed the person in the home and I panic, am I not concerned with other evidence I might leave besides just that body? So now I'm going to take the body. Well, if she's already dead in the house, is the blood just dripping off because you injured her and you carried her out and took the time to lock her front door back up? Now, of course, here's another thing too. All these reporters, I'm not blaming the reporters. Maybe they should take their sources. Where am I getting my source from? But they're all getting sources right now. Maybe the sources they should be the ones to sit down and shut up. Because I don't know if it's their frustration leaking information to the press or giving, sourced comments. I watched another podcaster this morning who has doubled down on her source, but kind of took pot shots at Brittany's source, or Brianna, whatever her name is. I'm like, wait, gray area, ma'am, gray. I'm not participating in that. Right? She's local. I'm sure she knows cops you do not know. So don't bash her source when I don't even know who the hell your source was, right? It's the brother-in-law. I can't with that shit no more. It's like, stop it. So if they think that she scratched them, are they thinking right there in the moment, well, she's got my DNA? I also heard a theory that, maybe the person came unmasked and she saw them. Because if they were in her home with a mask on, she could not identify this person, right? Even if they bolted and ran out the door, Nancy wouldn't have been able to identify them. Is she going to run up on an assailant and scratch him? Or is he already up on her to get scratched, right? Because I just can't make the robbery theory work. He didn't even take the time to take one item for his troubles, right? Well, shit, this was a bust. And now I done something really bad, and I got to take this whole person with me. He's not going to reach around and try to find something of value to take with him. Like, no one's not going to know he was there. The person's gone. So somebody was in there, right? And I don't know that I buy the ransom stuff anymore. I don't know that I've ever fully bought it to begin with, but by God, it was very worth looking into, because I'm not a fool. That stuff exists and it happens all the time. I live in the real world and I have seen documentaries for decades. That stuff happens in real life. We don't always hear about it because it's usually a hush-hush situation. The kidnappers don't want the entire world to know I got that person. I only want the people I need to talk to know, right? Yeah, Forrest, why not take anything of value? Nancy obviously had a lot of things, right? She was an 84-year-old woman. She, her husband was successful. Their entire, they had some money. She had some things in that home worth things. You didn't have to rummage through the bedroom. You could have found it probably anywhere all over the house, especially within her room. And if you kill the woman, you got time to run back into her room and take whatever the hell you want, plus her. Simi, you've always thought that ransom was BS. Yeah. That, well, the only thing that worries me with the ransom, and not the extra ones TMZ got, I know who did it situation. Those very first two. And after Savannah come out and said I want proof of life, they didn't give it. I don't know if that's because it was a bogus bullshit account or if they'd done something Nancy and couldn't give the proof of life. So if it wasn't a robbery and it wasn't for ransom, what does that leave us with? And I gotta need some more coffee. All right, guys, let me bring up today's guest. We got Miss Butterfly coming on panel. Hey, hello, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning.
We were
How are you?
chatting back here a minute ago before we went live, and I was like, "Okay, it's 10:01. We got to go live." I was like, "Bye." And she's like, "Bye." I was like, "We act like we're on the phone together or something." So, how are you this morning? How was the weekend?
I'm good. I didn't get enough sleep last night, so but I'm full. I have my large ass coffee here.
Right?
Yes,
That's funny you
extra
called it the
coffee.
large ass coffee because I've got one that I always called my big ass coffee.
There you go. There you go.
When because I lived 15 miles from town, so I knew I needed my big ass coffee has to get in the car with me, right? My small coffee needs to stay at the desk.
Yep, exactly.
We were up really late last night, so we all y'all all got your big ass coffee this morning. Lord, I hope so. In fact, I need a refill in a minute. Mm,
Yeah, I didn't get to sleep till like 2ish, and then I was up at four
yep.
thirty,
Oh,
and I fell back to sleep. My son woke me up. Thank goodness, because I probably would have slept through.
yeah, we're back at our 10 a.m. schedule. We're
Yeah.
sometimes we go a little later in the day, but yeah, I was up until after 2, but I didn't get up at 4, which shocks me. But I slept right on until 8 o'clock, so
Yeah.
we're good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I got my coffee. I think I'll be good for a while. We do have some stuff to review. Um, there has been, man, I don't even want to get into that yet because I kind of really want to get into it, but I'm going to wait a minute because I got like lots to say. I
Yes.
want to let's go over a little bit of what we have learned over the weekend. Um, that those gloves they're testing were found 2 miles away from Nancy's home, and one of those gloves contained male DNA. Now, the FBI has apparently told media that this particular glove that was sent to the Florida lab appears to match the one the assailant was wearing. Now, how they're the FBI, I'm not going to even begin to attempt to how they know that. But they've also claimed they've identified the backpack and jacket, and they have been looking at. So we got an article to read where, well, this is what Chris Nanos had to say. And after
Oh
last night,
my
what
lord.
I saw, sir, you might not have a head this morning. It might be already exploded and went into the orbit, right? Yeah, I'm
I already
sure
take that guy's anything he says right now with a grain of salt.
everything the man says, you'll see why here in a minute. Oh
Mm.
boy, that man is not happy this morning. And I hope nobody gets retaliated against. Okay, and if that's okay, we'll get to that.
Yep.
The thing about that glove, I saw several tweets coming out from reporters. Oh, we're gonna get IgG. Not so fast. You're not gonna get IgG ran on that glove. The
I heard
only
a I heard
Go
a
ahead.
reporter today say that's okay. They're talking about CODIS, right? Well,
Yeah.
that's how they caught Koberger. I'm like,
No, it isn't.
no, it
They need to
isn't. It's
stop it. I,
IgG.
I'm so tired of mainstream media not getting their shit right. And they want to throw shade at us. We got a representative
Mm-hmm.
from Arizona wanting to throw shade at everybody on YouTube. Ma'am, you have local stations redacting stories,
Yep.
taking them down actually. Man was shot in the head. That story disappeared real fast. That was
Then you
your
have a
local.
whole what is it? She a state representative going off on people on X
We got her.
over
We
and
got it.
over again. Oh my
We
goodness.
got it. And then I
Idiot.
also saw her do an interview, but we got her post.
Yeah.
We'll look at that in a minute. But she needs to be looking at her sheriff. Now the thing about the IGG is Brian Koberger's sheath was found next to a victim. That is why IGG was ran. If that sheath had been found outside in the yard, not so fast. The only DNA they can try to do IGG on is the DNA recovered in the home in the crime scene. Because under the Constitution, what the hell are you doing testing a glove 2 miles away? And you're going to say now, without a shadow of a doubt, that's your guy. And now you got to work backwards to build a case against him. In Brian Koberger's case, once they started digging in, the evidence was all there. So that glove on the side of the road, if it doesn't match what's in that house, it's useless. Now, if they truly do have DNA in that home, obviously it's going to be male because the glove had male and they're comparing them. The only thing you can do IGG on is what was found inside that house, period. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm going to act like it's okay today to do that, because it's absolutely not okay to do that. Because that's where the danger starts. If you go and identify a person that may or may not be involved, and then you set your eyes on them simply because of a DNA, it has to match what's in the crime scene. Otherwise, it's completely irrelevant, and you got the wrong guy, potentially. Especially if you can't build a case against that person going forward. You can't just walk into court and say, well, I got your DNA on a glove. Where was that glove found? I'm defense attorney now. What else do you have on my client? Can you, without a shadow of a doubt, place him in that house? Can you, without a shadow of a doubt, do any of that? No, you can't. All you can say is, well, guess what? You got 16 other gloves that were found, apparently dropped by investigators. Now everybody's going on and on about they're dropping gloves, they're throwing down, their litter bugs, they're putting them in the back pocket. I'm not a cop, but I do know I've seen this before. Hell, Chris McDonough found a black latex glove
Yep.
outside the King Road
I
house,
remember that.
right? Well into the investigation. Everybody want to make a big damn deal about that damn glove. Chris found a glove. Oh my God, he's a great. It was irrelevant as hell. Nothing to do with the crime scene whatsoever. We'd already had tons of investigators walking that crime scene at that point, right?
Yep.
And it was a black glove. Go figure.
I remember
So,
how much he made such a big thing about it. And I was like, dude, you
yes.
don't even know if that's related or not.
And if it didn't have Koberger's DNA, or not his, it didn't match that sheath DNA if there was DNA on it. Therefore, it's irrelevant. And we also learned, we knew some of this stuff, but the CODIS system, and I got people trying to explain it to us like, well, those of us schooled in true crime, we already knew. You got to have a criteria to even upload to CODIS. Go back to the Koberger case, prime example. Unknown male DNA on the stairwell. CODIS has very strict guidelines of whose DNA you can even upload. Where wasn't relevant to your crime scene? How good is this profile? When we unpacked the Koberger case, if you paid attention, you would know. And we'll get into it. So Brian Enton did drop a new video last night that was amazing, and we're going to get into
Yes.
that. It's got a little bit of everything in it, right, Butterfly?
Yep.
A little bit of everything, guys. Shout out to our man Brian. I don't know how anybody can throw shade at that guy right now. None.
Right.
His integrity level is there. He's trying to do this right. He's trying to be respectful. I see more integrity coming out of Brian Enton right now than I do anybody in this whole case. Like
Very
legit.
informative.
Yeah. And
People, yeah.
we've all been watching tons of people, tons of live streams, tons of shows and different stuff, and we appreciate all the conversations being had. But that guy's reporting, and I've been following Enton for a long, 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 long time. Long time, right? And then to watch him evolve and grow, but he's just a really dedicated reporter, and but what makes him different is he does have respect of people, right? that will
Mhm.
talk to him. And boy, he balls to the walls, went right up to that door yesterday, girl. I was like, damn,
Yes, I was, like, worried. I was like, "Oh god, please."
right? We're like, she's like, oh God, please. We're sitting here saying little prayers for Brian's safety.
Right?
You don't know what's about to happen, dude. Because I was thinking, man,
Exactly.
I thought, damn, he does got some balls after all.
Yeah.
Brian, you want to consider moving to Northwest Florida, baby? I might. No, no. I'll partner up with him though. I'll be like, dude, I'll be your sidekick.
There you go.
But I don't want nothing else. But you can move down here
Oh,
if you want to,
man.
because I think we'd have some amazing conversations over coffee.
I forget which, part of Florida he's from.
Oh, he's down there in the well, he's in a little nicer area, that central, that cesspool down there, now known as Central Florida.
Mhm.
I'm a different beast. We have two parts of Florida. We got this
Right.
Northwest Florida side where we're country folks, and then we got that big city, whatever that hot mess is going down there,
Mhm.
Central Florida down south way. We a
Yeah.
whole different beast. We ain't even got the same trees as they do. I don't have palm trees here. They're not natural to my area. I got the navel live oaks and the Florida pines.
There
I
you
like
go.
to listen to the pines sing. Damn palm tree be ugly.
Awesome. He's
Sparse.
only afraid of rattlesnakes. Oh,
Yes,
yeah, when he
I
was
told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all I'm terrified of snakes? And here Brian is, my fellow Floridian, talking about we do alligators, not these damn snakes.
Mhm.
We
And it
do
was funny because
alligators.
he could have very well have edited that part out, but he left it in there.
Yeah,
It
that
was
makes
pretty
him
cool.
real, right?
Yeah.
That makes him connect with the people. And that
Yeah.
is what they're all trying to do now, that they're all jumping ship and coming to YouTube.
Mhm.
We want to come connect. Oh, we're stupid, but y'all want to come do what we're doing. Y'all see the fun in it. Y'all see the connection we have with our community members, and you want a piece of that action. But some of these actually respect us and what we do, like Brian and like Banfield, and some are like, "Oh, y'all are just disgusting. Y'all come watch me
Mhm.
instead. Come watch me
Yeah.
instead." Well, can't we just watch both? Right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's see who else we got coming in. Jim, welcome in. Asha, welcome in. Person on security cam footage is only a cover up for what really happened. What do you think really happened then? He he volunteered to be the fall guy or camera guy, or was he just? I'm not sure I understand, Jim, but I'm willing to listen if you want to explain a little bit. I am down for that. Um, yeah, Tracy, he puts his heart into it for sure. Simi says, y'all please leave DNA on that like button. I will not
Mhm.
upload it to a database, I promise. It will not go to websleuth.com. We do not sell your DNA around here. We treasure it. If you go missing, we're going to try to find you. We're coming
Yeah,
in
we
hot.
keep it here.
Yeah, we coming in hot if y'all go missing. We're not doing this weird shit.
Nope.
We are not doing it. Um, Asha says defense will have a field day. They will with some of
Mm.
it.
Yeah.
Only thing they're gonna, I know there's somebody put out speculation over chain of command on that DNA from the glove. No, ma'am, there's not. That's not an issue. Quality control doesn't mean chain of command. In fact, we have the fact sheet from the we got the fact sheet from the FBI. Even it's like some of the do people pay attention to the cases they cover? Do we not retain the information we learned from past cases? I can't with that stuff. Real journalists don't know everything. No, they don't. We know because we deep dive everything, says Ruth Ann. We do, don't we? Forrest says, need entire salt lick for that dude.
Mhm.
What was that new name that Simi come up with to coin for us? Salty Crew or something. What was it again? I think
I
I wrote it
forget.
down. She'll send it to me. She'll remind. She'll remind me. Okay. So we know that they had found 16 gloves in total, and they've said now, a lot of those were investigators. And this one, though, that they sent off must have been very different from all other 16 gloves. I don't know what specific. We saw a picture of a glove. I don't know that that's the glove they're talking about. That we saw the NBC was on scene when they found a glove and scooped it up and took it away. But this says gloves were found 2 miles away. So I saw one glove. I don't know which, haven't seen the glove they're testing to know what it even looks like. But
Right.
something about that glove was different than all the rest of the gloves they found. Now, I'm not going to doubt the FBI probably knows exactly what this guy was wearing. They know a whole hell of a lot more than we know right at this moment. Y'all, when we found out what all they did know about Brian Koberger, hell, we just had another video drop yesterday. We just had more footage of Koberger dropped yesterday. I've done a
Yep.
video on it. And boy, talk about talk about incriminating, sir. You were grocery shopping in your favorite Pullman Walmart without your gloves before the crime, and then the minute that crime happened, there you are in Walmart shopping with gloves, black gloves. We'll get into it. We'll take a look at that in a minute. You creeper, fucking creeper. Hey, Carrie, welcome in. Good to see you. 83 Socket, welcome back. We are so glad you joined the community. Thank you for being here. Anything 2 miles from a crime scene is questionable. Yeah, it is questionable, highly questionable. But there had to be something about that glove that was particularly different from, like, say, they need to start, like, getting these gloves that say police department on them, right? Searcher.
Right.
I don't know. Get out a Sharpie and write your fucking note, whatever your badge number, whatever your identification shit is, write that on there. And that will stop a lot of this. Or how about y'all carry a little dog poop bag with y'all? So when you got to change your gloves, you can throw them in the bag. Tie it to yourself. I don't know. Your crime scene analysis, your crime scene investigators, stop dropping your gloves everywhere.
Yep.
Salty's Salty Crew. There you go, Simi. We may have a new name for all of y'all.
You put that on your board. I mean, on your banner.
Yes. Oh, that banner was still up from a couple days ago. It was
Hmm.
already playing. Um, so I don't know what to make of this glove situation. I'd like to know what about it, because they cannot just go upload willy nilly to CODIS. There is a criteria that has to be met. Um, and if the say this also, okay, say this glove is legitimate, and it turns out it matches whatever was found inside that house. Um, and they run it through CODIS, right? FBI uploads to CODIS once their quality control is done, and there's no hit. The guy's not in the database. When they uploaded the DNA profile from the knife sheath, it wasn't in CODIS because Koberger wasn't in CODIS. That
Hmm.
left IGG. And I've told y'all all, if you go to the Koberger documents and you jump in, you're going to see when Othram did the profile, they didn't develop the DNA from the sheath. The Idaho State Lab did. And then it was sent to Othram for IGG. And they can only stop once they hit the back, once they're done with their legal databases, they have to stop. That's when the FBI took over and did whatever they do and found
Hmm.
Koberger, because they went right through the back door. So we're going to look at that. That is also covered in Brian's video. Um, luckily, so we know they're waiting on the DNA results. Now the FBI normally has like a 24-hour turnaround from the time they receive it and do their thing with it. Um, all they're doing at this point maybe is trying to get the match. Does this glove match that DNA in the house? Or if they actually have legitimate profile, how come? Here's my question about this alleged DNA in the house. Has it been run through CODIS?
Right.
We ain't heard a word about that. That tells me it was ran through CODIS and there was no hit, and IGG has started, or you don't got a very good sample from within that home. A hair? You don't got a body to test under her nails. What do you have? Saliva would be enough to load into CODIS and get a hit. And if it didn't, they've done their started IGG. But if that is not a good enough sample within that house, we can't do shit with it. And that's the kind of things I want to hone in on. I want those questions asked because I'm a little over the drama. I want the investigative stuff, right? That's what we
Right.
want. And figure it out. When you see let me show y'all this back door. We got a video too, we'll show in a minute. Um, Here's one image of it that I screenshotted from the view. Um, it's over to the right, and there's the patio. You can see the patio furniture. There's a window right above that little couch, no sliding
Mhm.
door.
Yeah, that's the picture. Also got a picture, but of the window. It looks pretty big. Could they have gotten in through there?
Is it broken? I don't think Miss Nancy's
No,
gonna
I
leave
don't
the
think so.
windows unlocked.
Yeah,
I don't feel like, look, I'm the kind of lady you're
totally.
not getting in my house. Every window is
Mhm.
going to be shut down and locked down at night. Every door is going to get double checked. You're not getting in unless you force your way in. Period. I don't think that Miss
Mhm.
Nancy's so absent minded she's going to forget to relock a window. Does she even open the windows? I, I'm not. This door is not damaged. The glass
Mhm.
doesn't appear to be broken. The locks and the handles don't appear to be busted up like
Right.
someone tried to force their way in. So I don't know where they're coming up with this one source says, well, we're leaning now toward robbery. Like that's the only thing it could have been. What?
Mhm.
What? The only thing it could have been? That's not true. Don't lie to the public like that. Don't insult my intelligence like that, please. Please don't. But yeah, that's weird. Um, so again, if no one had to force their way into the house, even if you're this guy in the mask, do you want the camera to see you got a damn key?
Yeah. Yep. True.
Hey, I don't think there's much DNA in that house. I don't think so either. You think she was attacked at the front door? Do y'all think that she woke up and went to that front door? Like she heard noises, him
Could
out there
be.
fumbling around trying to get to the door? Was the door locked? Because there's no way in my mind can wrap my head around burglary gone wrong. Miss Nancy makes her way to the front door, startles the assailant. She startles him, he startles her. She gets injured at the front porch. They panic, grab her, and leave. Who took the time to lock the front door? And was it locked? That's how I cannot get to robbery gone wrong
Yeah.
without some questions answered, right? That's too
Mhm.
simple. That I can My mind is not that simple. It's very complicated. So when I'm hearing theories, how do they make sense? I debunk
Yep.
my own theories a lot of times, working that out. Because now, if this is my theory, now how did I pull that off? That's how my mind works. How did I get that accomplished? Right?
Right.
Don't think I didn't struggle with that limited amount of time Brian Koberger had in that King Roadhouse. That shit kept me up for months. How does it work? Right?
Mhm.
I can't have talking heads come out with their little sources and me go, "Oh God, that's the answer. They're so right. God, that makes sense." When it don't make no damn sense, right? So we just need to evaluate it all. We got, oh, well, one source says brother-in-law did it. One source says robbery gone bad. Well, another source is telling me Chris Nanos is full of fucking shit. So
Probably the
sorry,
most
y'all.
plausible.
I'm a little on it this morning with my mouth, ain't I? I might get, Lord,
You're good.
my
You're
mom,
just saying what we're all thinking. So
my mom's gonna pop me in the head from heaven and say, get with it, girl. Let him have it." She ain't gonna say slow your roll, cowgirl. She gonna say
right.
roll with it, baby girl. Let them have it.
Mhm.
We don't tolerate that mess. Mm-mm.
Yep.
Carrie's
And
also
they all
concerned
have their
about the
sources.
DNA.
So
They all have their sources, so I don't, when I look at, I don't miss. It's not that I don't trust the reporters telling me they have a source, but I don't know enough about
I
you
don't
yet
trust
to
the
know if I can
source.
trust your source. Well,
Exactly.
okay, here's the thing. Is your source a janitor at the police station and overheard a conversation? Is it the secretary at the front desk? Is it the 911
Mhm.
dispatcher? We got a bunch of cops in this town who don't really like their sheriff? Are they
Right.
leaking? Okay.
Mhm.
But don't be messy with what you're leaking. It got so messy in Idaho 4, certain people didn't know what the hell was happening. Oh my God, these leaks are devastating. How is this possible? Obviously, y'all don't even look at true crime but one case. You're obsessed with one case and you can't move on. And to even evaluate others, to get a feel for how all this works, right? It's like calm
Mhm.
down, America. Like all the panic over that DNA going to that Florida lab. I sat here literally at my desk laughing at everybody on the internet going on and on about that, going, how are they actually doing this with a straight face when they fucking know better? That is a highly accredited lab. It's been around a long time. It is very good at what it does. And all it was doing was developing a profile off the glove. And it was sent to
Mhm.
a lab they contract with. It's normal. Shit, CC Moore had great things to say about that lab.
Yep.
And if you don't know who CC Moore is, she's the godmother of IGG.
So did Maureen.
Yeah,
Maureen
Maureen
had
had
good
good
things to say.
response too, right?
Mhm.
She damn sure did. So we're not going to sit here and hate on some lab. They didn't do nothing. They got sent the stuff, did their work, and sent it right on back to the FBI. Now, y'all do what you will with it, because we know you're going to. FBI has no problem with that lab. FBI doesn't develop DNA profiles from weapons, from discarded gloves. They let you do it in state, and then you give us that profile to work with. And then we do our quality control. And then we got to develop from there to do IGG. And CC will help get us there. She's going to explain that a little bit. So that lab received the two gloves found 2 miles from Nancy's was overnighted to the Florida lab on the 12th. They received it on the 13th. The preliminary results were received by the FBI on the 14th, and they are awaiting quality control before uploading into CODIS, and it would take around 24 hours for a turnaround. They should know by now or by the end of the day. Legit. This is the 16th, right? Um,
Mhm.
and we know about the gloves that were all the random gloves found everywhere. Um, the FBI did make a state, or I guess his name, the head director or something. We will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. I don't even know what that statement meant. You mean what does that even mean? Timeline? I kind of got
Right.
that. Don't make sense, sir. Don't make sense. Can we get an official FBI report? Or y'all
Right.
don't talk to media either. FBI is,
Mhm.
we got some of these damn local reporters and other reporters. Remember when the sheriff came out in the first, was it that first press conference or was it the second? Y'all got my phone number. Y'all can text me. Well, they all be texting him. He's like, I'm not. They released statements. Sheriff's not doing any one-on-one interviews. Well, that's not true.
Mhm.
He might not want to do interviews after today because he's got some hot questions he's not going to want to answer.
Yep.
Okay, let's take a look at Brianna's post and see the theory, how where this came from, how this played out. Uh-oh. I just thought it was funny seeing one reporter throw shade at another reporter over your sources. I'm like, wait, that's not fair.
Right.
Kind of, what kind of jealousy shit is that? Stop it.
They need to make themselves look dumb. I mean, come on.
It's like, stop.
Everyone likes who they like and watches. It's just the way it is.
Well, I mean, sources right now are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Right.
All right, so my mom always,
Mhm.
never mind. My mom always said the most ridiculous shit to me. All right. So she was posting this over the weekend. We can now confirm through an inside source. Investigators believe Nancy Guthrie abduction was intended burglary. What do they see on camera that lends to that theory? What got you to that theory? You can't just
Mhm.
make it up out of your head. Well, we don't know what the hell happened, so we're going to call it a robbery gone bad. Okay, yeah, y'all. I'm not.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. I don't see it as
but she
that.
said, yeah. Investigators believe Nancy Guthrie abduction was intended burglary, and DNA evidence is currently being tested from the Range Rover. The Range Rover would not be in, is he the burglar? So he burglarized the
Right.
home and stole Miss Nancy instead of her valuables. You stole the valuable from the family. So are we going to pretend that this might not be any This could very well be tied to Savannah Guthrie. Not to any fault of her own. Don't get me wrong. Don't twist it. Don't twist my words.
Right.
I will explain. Um, she's a very high profile person. Her Megan Kelly has come out. She used to work for NBC. How they pressure you to put your family on, talk about your home life, make connections with your fake audience, you bunch of morning show fake people. Our worlds are perfect, and look at us. We're all perfect, and everything's shiny and polished, and we're just all good friends. I can't with the morning shows. It's a bunch of, it's kind of like social hour, right? So I'm not tuned into it. I tuned out decades ago, so I don't even know what goes on in them morning shows. But it's just a game, right? So, was there anybody in her world that ever got disgruntled with her? I couldn't tell you why. It don't take much to piss off some people in this world, trust me.
Right.
You could say the wrong thing, not let them be your intern. They might feel some type of way about you because of you. My career's not progressing. It could be, and if are we gonna sit here as adults and say that don't happen either? That somebody could have been so. What if somebody became really upset with her over something to do with work, and they're not quite right already, right? They already got some problems. Would they stoop to this level to get back? Certain people that I watched yesterday thought Savannah was talking directly to somebody in that video, and we'll review it to get y'all's take on it. So they're waiting DNA results from that Range Rover as well. So that's where that report came from. Don't know that I buy it any more than I bought that Tom's the suspect. So what it was, Tom's still the suspect according to Banfield. This girl over here now saying robbery.
Right.
Did Tom sneak out of his own house and go back to his mother-in-law's to rob her, and then it got sideways and he panicked? He's not been arrested yet.
Right.
That DNA recovered from the home apparently doesn't match Tom's at all. Doesn't mean Tom didn't hire someone to do his dirty work, but why? Did you have a large inheritance coming? Did she have a huge life insurance policy set up for Annie? Why would Tom do that?
Right.
Did Nancy not like Tom and threw shade at him all the time? You're not good enough for my daughter. She could do better. He's like, I'll get you.
Everyone's talking about that card too on the door. If it was left before, if it was left after. Because I know if it's left after, it's probably because of what's going on. But
Who the hell
I was
knows?
looking at the
Okay, here.
card and what it said something about, let's say, financial. I have to look
All
at it
right, look.
again to see what it
When
said.
people abuse the elderly, that doesn't mean they're physically beating them up. Okay? So if you got somebody, now Nancy's 84 years old. A lot of
Mm,
her friends are going to be how old? Her same
right.
group of age people. She knows a lot of people. What if someone Nancy knew had allegations that their caretaker was abusing them, and they came to Nancy to question her about that case? Now, if it was placed after, the adult services would know the woman's missing.
Mhm.
We got a report of a missing woman. We're going to go to her house now and leave her a card in case she returns to call us. Bullshit.
Right.
So I don't know when the card got there either, but it has nothing to do with this case. I can almost guarantee it. You don't think the cops got that card and already called that agency? And what do you want?
Hmm.
What are you wanting with Miss Nancy?
Right.
I don't think Miss Nancy was being abused. Nancy's not the kind of woman that's gonna put up with that shit. Am I really
Right.
gonna?
Well, the only thing I noticed about it was the what it was. It wasn't just adult services. It had something to do with financial
Okay, well, when somebody's
abuse.
taking care of
So,
an elderly person, are they taking funds from the elderly
right.
person and putting into their bank?
Right.
Right. So
Hmm.
I'm not going to sit here and put any stock in that card on that door. It takes up too
Right.
much of the energy in the room. And
Yeah.
you disagree, Simi? What do you think it was about? Y'all think that somebody reported that Nancy was being abused? Who's abusing her? Her daughter Annie and Tom? and somebody at church or one of her friends got concerned and reported it, Savannah wouldn't be aware that her sister was abusing her mother.
Mm-hmm.
Her mother would never tell Savannah or her son, "Hey man, your sister's doing some bizarre shit down here. I got family. My daddy ain't gonna put up with being abused by one of his kids and not tell the other kids." So I'm just curious how y'all get to those theories. I legitimately want to know if there's a good logical reason we can have a conversation. And I really, what about the card send me that bothers you the most? Please tell me. You know I'm down for the conversation. But I just don't know how that.
I'm
I
trying to
think
find a clear picture of it because
I
then you
have
can
one.
read what
I've
it says
I've
on
got
it.
it. I've evaluated it. I've looked at it 1,000 times. I can't tie it to Nancy's being abused. Okay, here's the thing. If Nancy's being abused and that card showed up before her kidnapping, it stayed there during the kidnapping.
Right.
It
That's the
stayed
only other
there.
thing is it has
Okay.
me like when you talk through it, why is it still there?
And did Nancy never use the front door?
Mm-hmm.
Never saw the card was placed at the front door because she routinely used the garage door to get in and out of her house. I think she may have. She wouldn't have entered the garage door that night she come home if that wasn't her routine way to get into her home.
Mm-hmm.
There's a large parking pad back there. I'm sure her family drove right back there and parked and went right in through the garage, and it was probably extremely normal for them to do. I bet when Annie got there, she went in through that garage.
Yep.
It wouldn't surprise
Didn't
me.
see the front door.
And just like this lady on the internet now wanting to come out here and throw shade at everybody, stop with your distraction, ma'am. You want me to focus on you and talk about you and your bullshit for a
Mm-hmm.
moment. So I
She
won't
wants the
talk about,
attention.
yeah. So people can stop with their red herrings. I'm not going down a whole ass rabbit hole that Nancy was abused because I'm telling you right now, if Tom's DNA matched DNA in that house, if they even fucking have it, he would have already been arrested. Already been arrested. They went back to that house 2 times. They have all of their. Y'all can believe they poured through all their. Y'all know how many banks were investigated in the Idaho 4 case? So many warrants went out to so many banks. We were like, holy shit, where are all these bank accounts coming from and why? They go through everything. They figured out Koberger bought that sheath months before he ever went back. Why? They poured through all. They had to get warrants to look through the financials. You don't think they have?
Mm-hmm.
If they, you got to have probable cause to get a warrant. So if Annie and Tom cooperated and said, "Hey, look at everything we got," they've poured
Right.
through.
Yep.
I don't know who took the picture, Jet. It's all over. A lot of media had the picture. It was taken by the media. The media has put that picture out there. The police haven't put that picture out there, even commented on it. So media saw it out there. I don't know when it got there. We've seen pizzas delivered, flowers delivered, dogs pissing, people
Mm-hmm.
pissing. I don't know when the damn card got there.
Yeah, I don't know. I think SF was the one that put it out to begin with.
But here's the thing with SF.
He's
When did
over
you
there.
obtain when did you no, stop. When did you obtain that picture, SF? You can go back in a timeline 10 years ago and pull up shit and put it out. I know how you operate. I've seen it. He's the only one. He put it out there, but uh, I don't know what it means at this point. And here we are talking about this stupid card. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't think it has anything to do with anything. I'm going to have a little bit of faith. I don't have none in the sheriff, but that don't mean I don't have any in his
Mm-hmm.
deputies, right?
Right.
Um, FBI, I've got some faith in. Somebody, an investigator on scene, has called that agency and asked them, "What are you doing trying to get a hold of Miss Nancy? Is there an
Mm-hmm.
allegation of abuse on Miss Nancy?" If
She
they
could have
say,
been trying to interview her about one of her friends. Maybe
that's what
she
I'm
knew
saying.
something. Yeah.
If one of her friends, if somebody called and reported that we know an old person being abused, they're going to reach out and talk to people who know that person. That's normal. That's how you investigate claims. So, who's close to this person? That very well could be what it is, because she knows a bunch of old people.
Yep. I mean, that card was there through the whole when the FBI came back and put up their tent. Would they not have noticed it then and questioned why it was there if it was a thing?
Look,
Right?
they've seen it on TV by now. The
Mm-hmm.
investigators have seen everything we're fucking doing out here. They've investigated that card. Okay, so some of you feel like the card's relevant and important. Okay, say it is. Who's abusing Miss Nancy? Do you feel like that it's investigation on Nancy? Were you being abused? I get you,
Yep.
Simi. Simi, that's why I love you. You and I do have differences sometimes. That's how we work it out, right? We like, that's what I want. I like to debate, and I want y'all to be able to. Maybe I need to get you up here sometime, Simi. Are you down? Let me know. You know how to hit me up. Why isn't the person who left the card coming out and saying something? They don't need to, Ruth Ann. If I was them, they're an agency. It wasn't just a
Mm-hmm.
rando that showed up with a card. They're a whole ass agency. They need to stay quiet. We
Right.
don't need.
Especially if they're in like
Yes. If there's a legitimate
right.
investigation going on into abuse allegations on Nancy, we got to figure out who's abusing Miss Nancy. Her caretakers? Her family?
Or even
Who?
if it's one of her friends, she's not going to come out and say who she's investigating.
Oh
She
God, no.
still
That's
can't say. She
well.
still can't say either
I
way.
get. They can come out and clarify. We're investigating abuse allegations on Nancy, or we're investigating abuse allegations on somebody completely unrelated that Miss
Right.
Nancy knew. Would that satisfy social media?
No.
No. No. No. No. No. They're going to
They'll
say you're
keep
lying.
digging until they
You're
find out
lying.
who it is. That's the
You're
thing.
lying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to dig up and dox some old person that might or might not
No,
is being
definitely not.
abused. I haven't even doxed the potential suspects because I learned my lesson. I never, not that I've done anything, but Idaho 4 victims are still being drugged to this day. They're still doxing people
Hmm.
in that world over there because they're the real killers, not Brian Koberger. And I'm not letting that shit get over here. Stay away from us. So stay away from me with that shit.
Yep.
So who's abusing Miss Nancy? If anybody. I got to figure out who now. You can't just tell me she's being abused and being investigated for it. Now I want to know who the hell's doing it because I got something to say to them. How dare you abuse an elderly person, even if it's taking their money?
Yep.
How dare you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail, but
No, you're
I just
fine.
thought.
And for the record, police don't need to clear up rumors. No, they don't. But
Mm-mm.
here's the thing I've said it since Idaho 4. They have to get better at communicating with the public. Because it's not just us asking questions. Mainstream media has questions. Now they're all resorting to sources. And
Yep.
Nanos wants to come out here on a video from 2016 and says, who doesn't hold press conferences? Who does that? You, sir. You held two that were a hot mess express.
That didn't age well, did it?
No, it did not. It did not.
Jeez.
Come out there and talk about it's going to take years to find Ms. Nancy.
Oh my
Sir,
gosh.
it's time to retire if you don't have no faith in you yourself or your departments or the FBI or nobody. You
They don't
just
have faith in him. That's the issue. Well, we hear
no,
that,
they
so
don't.
I don't want to
No,
say
they
too much.
don't. No, they don't. So is the person at the front door the abuser, or he's just what has he got to do with the abuse? Because now I'm on it. Now I'm there. We're there. What is the person at the front door? If Nancy's being abused and somebody hurt her because she might tell you're abusing me, who's this guy at the front door? Is he the one that's been abusing Miss Nancy? And he's like, oh, I got to take care of you now. You might talk. That's not Tom.
Mm-mm. Well, that card isn't evidence. I mean, that says a lot to me. They didn't take it. It's not evidence.
They may have taken it once it was placed there and they saw that it was there. If it got there after the crime, after Nancy was gone, it's not there now. The latest pictures, you don't see it. The
Yeah.
latest photos and images, you do not see the card. So I'm going to have to have faith and hope they took the card. Was this guy that they're downloading the phone from in the Range Rover, is he the abuser? Is he the guy at the front door? This guy? I don't know who he is. Well, I do know who he is.
Right.
Is he the abuser? Did the abuser say, shit, she's going to tell on me. I need y'all to go do this for me. Will you go take care of her? Sure, buddy. Why not? What you going to give me in return? Well, once they declare her dead and my wife gets her inheritance, I'll hook you up. I just can't get there yet with abuse or robbery gone wrong, especially when I see
Mm-hmm.
2 back doors that are shut and intact, windows still there. I mean, y'all don't think I have thought about all of this. Oh my God. Simi, I know, girl. She's like, you say tomato, I say tomato. We're going to get you. Going to. The guy in the video is not a distraction. No. But the card in the door could be, right? It could be completely irrelevant. But the guy
Mm-hmm.
at the door. So I'm wondering if we're going to go with the card in the door means Nancy was being abused. Who is abusing her, right? This guy or the guy at the door? Sorry about your luck, man. I hate you're being investigated, but I ain't doing all that for you. What if I get caught?
Mm-hmm.
What if I get caught, man? You kidding? You better handle your business yourself. You shouldn't have been so mean to your mother-in-law. I get shit.
Oh man.
Okay. Now this one, here's the representative that came out and talked a little smack. Talked a little smack about people. I saw her on her
Uh-oh.
interview, but it's not even worth sharing. It's just ridiculous. Word
Yeah.
salad. So Representative Alma Hernandez from down there in Arizona. Can't believe this even needs to be said, but here we go. Journalists and reporters verify sources. Oh, I'm assuming they do. It doesn't matter to them, janitor or cop. Fact checking before publishing. We do check our facts. Protect credibility. Build community trust over years. That's interesting. Build community trust over years. Ma'am, you should be taking a look at your sheriff this morning,
Mm-hmm.
considering what I saw last night. Oh, correct mistakes publicly. Have you reiterated that to your sheriff?
Right.
YouTubers, fake reports, and influencers. Stop. After, correct mistakes publicly, build community trust, protect credibility. YouTubers, fake reporters, and influencers. Stop. Post first, verify never. Ma'am, that's not true. My God, it might be with some of them peoples out there. I get you, but that's not true for everybody. You can stop it with that mess. I fact check before I can see all that on Twitter, but guess what I'm about to go do now? I got to go dig in myself. And are they sure? I kind of know which accounts out there. There's this little term out there called cranks. People want to label all the Delphi supporters of Rick Allen as cranks. There's cranks all over the internet for all kinds of reasons. And some of them live to work up the internet. That's not the Delphi people. That's just cranks in general, right? They're going to do what they do. Post first, never verify. Chase engagement over accuracy. She talking about Dolly? I couldn't help myself. Spread rumors as breaking news. The breaking news is your sheriff has word salad. Blur opinion with fact. We pretty much talk about opinions and we express that it's opinion and we all know it. Undermine public trust. That would be your sheriff, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
They are not the same, she says. To those emailing me and messaging me who clearly can't tell the difference, I hope this clears up what I think. Who's sending you emails and stuff? Your constituents or randos on the internet? It's incredibly disrespectful to the reporters who spent years earning their reputation to treat journalism like a costume. Is she
You
talking
mean
about
the reporters that put out misinformation and then took it down the next
and then
day?
take it down? Your local reporters with their sources? It's incredibly disrespectful to reporters who've spent years earning their reputation to treat journalism like a costume. Just because you have a badge that says press, it may have come from a website, doesn't mean you get to spread misinformation.
But that's everybody. Why is she saying
Everybody,
just, oh
I
my
know,
gosh.
I know.
First of
Hey,
all, where did this heifer come from? Because I haven't seen anything about, she hasn't said one thing about Miss Nancy until this.
no,
So
right?
she's more worried about the freaking reporters than she is Miss Nancy.
Yep.
Because she hasn't said anything in support of Miss Nancy. You see Miss Nancy in here anywhere? No, no.
Oh, damn
Reporters.
butterfly. Let her have it, girl. Let her have it. No, we don't see a word about Miss Nancy, do we? Prayers for the family. I'm praying for Miss Nancy's safe
No.
return. We're working diligently. None of that. You go sit down, you bad press, talking about our sheriff. It's embarrassing. And we all see how disgusting your city might actually be.
Yep. She can
She
go
got,
sit all the way down with Mr. Nanos over there in
oh,
the corner.
Nerdy's comment, girl. I
Oh, yes.
I was like, oh,
I was laughing.
I did too. I laughed out loud. I'm not even gonna lie. It's like, get her nerdy,
Yep.
because he's been collecting all the ring cam footage from around the area, right,
Mhm.
and showing just how much is happening in that area, and it's not
Yep.
good. It's not good.
That's what this is about.
Uh huh.
Because
So
nobody knows anything unless each person puts it out there.
she's
You know what I
embarrassed
mean?
now. Well, she's
Yep.
embarrassed because her city is looking like a dump to a lot of
Like
people right now.
like her.
Integrity matters, truth matters. Y'all still need to go back to state. Wait, y'all still need to go back to states and parents' basements, to our own states and our parents' basements.
What the
I'm
fuck?
not sitting in my mama's basement. I'm in my room in my house.
My parents. I am a parent, so what the hell?
Fucking real. The lady. I got four
Mm-mm.
of them, and I'm not in nobody. We don't even have basements in Florida. What you talking about, weirdo?
Here either.
Like people like get in the basement. Like we don't have a basement in Florida, ma'am. We
So
don't
these
need them.
posts that she's making and going back and forth with people on X, that's integrity.
Yeah,
It's
well,
just making herself look like a damn idiot.
Nerdy said, "Glad you're addressing this. One of your local media outlets, the ones that are supposed to verify sources, fact check before punishing people and correct mistakes publicly, published an article claiming the person law enforcement was trying to detain shot and killed themselves. The next day, it was just gone, like it never happened. So before you put on the clown face for everyone to see, maybe take care of the circus you participate in and advocate for." Get her, sir. Hey, Bob, welcome in. Hey, Jelly Bean. Um, the flowers were used to confuse Nancy as to what was going on. You think Nancy was peeking out at that time and he's putting them up there? Because I think now that I've reviewed it further, in the way he bends them and the way he's trying to wedge those vines between the camera and the bracket to pull it off because his big fat fingers can't get it off. You can literally see him doing it. Um, Jelly says it was Dad's Gone Live. I don't even know who that is. That took the pic of the card. I watched him do it live on 214. It starts at 23. Who is that? I've never heard of that person.
I
Dad's
haven't
Gone
either.
Live? Jelly, I have no clue who that is, but I'm willing to take a look. Thank you. Can you drop a? Well, I don't know if she can drop a link in chat. Tell
I'll
us who
look. I
that
could look for it.
dad is. That the name of the is that a channel? Butterfly's gonna try. Hey Sarah, that was Brianna. You're asking who was reporting that about the robbery gone wrong? That would be Brianna over at Arizona News Family or whatever it's called. Who opened the door? The front door? I don't think the front door ever got opened. I need to know if it was locked first. If it was locked, okay, so Nancy's hearing noises. She goes to the door. She sees a man putting flowers over her camera. Is she going to open the door and say, "What are you doing?" Or is she going to be smart and go get her phone and call 911? Is she feisty enough to open that damn door and say, "What are you doing at my door?" And boom, he punches her and then just takes her? Did he take the time to lock the front door back? I have too many questions. Ruth
I
Ann,
think
you
I found it, but I'm looking for the timestamp.
okay? She usually is. Sarah, I don't have any problem with Brianna. I'm just going to say it right now. I've said that yesterday. I've liked her. I've watched a lot of her reporting. Um, some people wanted to throw shade at her because she got an interview with Lori Vallow. So what? I don't mind listening to Lori Vallow talk. I learn a lot about that woman's mentality. I clock these people because you're not going to be running around this world all crazy acting and me not be aware of your asses. So I study these people and I like to watch them talk. And I watched her entire interview with Lori Vallow. But I like Brianna. I'm not throwing shade at her at all. I throw shade at the sources, right? Who are all you messy ass people talking behind the scenes? It happened in the Koberger case too. So it's par for the course. So it doesn't bother me. I don't, maybe that's why, because I've seen so much over time. This is not my first case. You know what I mean? It happens in every case. Do y'all know that Nancy Grace and Profiling Evil have had their podcast pulled by law enforcement and put into discovery? Why? Brooks Houck decided to go on Nancy Grace and talk all about Crystal Rogers. Sir, you're in prison for murdering her now. Profiling Evil got their whole podcast pulled and into the court documents. Why? Susan Morphew case. I don't have any problems with Brianna. I like her. And I'm not going to sit here and throw shade at sister. I just don't know about her source, right? Don't know where she got it from. And then again, I don't know where Ashley got hers. I don't know where Brian's getting his. But my problem is these sources. Why are they feeling the need to talk so much, right? Shit, sources were leaking stuff to Steve Gonzalez from the get-go. Of course, he's going to tell us all about it. He can't help himself. All right, so let's now let me pull up this article and get that. Let's read that because this is going to tell us what the sheriff said lately.
Thank you, Carrie.
What did Carrie say?
She sent me I had the link, but she sent it to confirm that I had the right one. So.
Okay, cool. Okay, this is an article that came down. I saw it this morning. Today. It came down this morning on the 16th at 7:51. Okay, so let's get this up on the screen so you guys can see as well. CBS News report. They apparently have spoke to Nanos. I'm assuming by phone or text. All right. Oh. Sheriff Chris Nanos of Pima County, Arizona, tells CBS News that investigators searching for Nancy Guthrie believe the clothing and face mask worn by the suspect in the chilling doorbell video released last week were purchased at Walmart. They are still working to identify each brand. CBS still working to identify the brands, but they know they were from Walmart. All right. CBS News first reported that the suspect's backpack, identified as the Black Ozark Trail hiker, was sold exclusively at Walmart. Are we all the first to do that? We're the first. You heard it here. Guthrie, 84, the mother of today's show host, Savannah Guthrie, has been missing since. Okay, I just want to get to where he's talking. Nanos called the backpack one of the most promising leads in the case. Walmart has provided records of all Ozark Trail hiker online and in store purchases over the past several months, including sales beyond the Tucson area. So now, every person who purchased that backpack, they're going to narrow it down to how many were bought in this area. If my guy's from the area, chances are people think he is. Because now everybody who bought one's a suspect. You got to narrow it down, right? Do we have video of the purchase? Now we can get a warrant and do this and that. I take them warrants seriously. Don't be messing up my constitution. No, don't do it. Maybe if they have got all these online purchases and in-store purchases, they got all the Coburgers, so got to give them time though. How much time does Miss Nancy have left? So this is the one, and it's so hard to tell when the guy turns around, right? Because I don't see this on the backpack, but it's all shiny and shit. We can't see nothing. I've never seen a label on the backpack. I've looked, I've zoomed in, I've looked, my eyes were hurting. CBS News has reached out to Walmart corporate offices. Y'all can reach out, but y'all want us to sit down.
Okay, I sent it to you. Just so you know.
So if I go live and tell y'all I've called all the Walmarts, I've called this, I've called that, am I out of bounds? Only mainstream media. I'm not even claiming to be a media person.
Mm-hmm.
All right, they declined to comment. Well, no shit. Investigators believe the face mask the suspect wore is black, but appears lighter on the video. Investigators believe the face mask the suspect wore is black, but appears lighter on the video footage due to the Nest camera's infrared technology. Remember all those weird colorized photos that were floating around that I said that's not released by the police, that's people playing with the cameras? I've done it. I just haven't published it. I'll go in there and lighten it, darken it, and see if I can see more in the background, see more detail on these clothing. But I'm not going to publish it and say, here's what the guy was wearing. Orange hat, green hat, blue hat. Depends on what you do with your colorization in your app. And I've got a really nice app on my phone. I mean, I got a nice phone, so I can go in there and do all kinds of things to these pictures. But I don't publish them. It's not the real official release. Meanwhile, authorities are conducting DNA testing on a black glove found near the Guthrie's home, which appears to match the gloves that were found, or appears to match the gloves subject in the surveillance video. The FBI said in a statement on Sunday. So that statement did come from the FBI. Enton read the statement out loud. Appears to match the gloves of the subject in the house. Because for the FBI to get behind a glove 2 miles away is involved with the crime, it has to fit. And plus, we got 16 other ones. So what about that one particular glove did the FBI even decide might be something? Will
Right.
it match what's in the house? Is there something different about that glove? The texture, the material, that because we can't. We're all assuming he had on gloves and
Was it
maybe
double gloved?
right, and then maybe the black gloves over it. But it also looks like it could be a leather glove. It's hard to tell on that damn video.
Mm-hmm.
We know they're doing their wizardry, whatever you call it, at the FBI to figure out those gloves. So something about that one particular glove, if they couldn't rule out that it was say the searchers in the area, then that made it relevant. That alone would make it relevant. If we can't say this one, that could have been dropped by a homeless person.
Yep.
It could have. There's a lot of them in the area, come to find out. So I don't know what particularly about that glove. Out of all the gloves found, they decided, hey, that could be the one. So we'll have to wait and see on those results. And like I said at this beginning of the show, They can't take that glove and do IgG on that glove. It's too far from your crime scene and too broad of a scope. Can't do it. FBI
Right.
won't do it. But the FBI will take that profile from inside that house and work their magic, just like they did in Brian Koberger's case. The Bureau previously described the individual as, okay, we know that, the 5'9" to 5'10". We all saw them go back and do their work to conclude. So the sheriff, the reason I wanted to read this is because the sheriff says they've identified the clothing, the backpack, or whatever, and they're going through all the Walmart records now to see about a purchase. Investigators have also collected other DNA evidence from Nancy Guthrie's property. Um, more specific, as part of the ongoing investigation, but the results have not led to a suspect. Multiple law enforcement agents, it took, what, 6 weeks to arrest Koberger? But the victims were deceased. They weren't missing.
Right.
Multiple law enforcement agencies spent Friday evening searching a resident less than 2 miles from Nancy's home. Still would love to know what turned them on to that home and that person. Other than, hey, I know a guy with eyes that might match. Because if we saw what happened to Carlos, we saw what happened here. Are y'all just basing this on a tip that said, I know a guy who might have those eyes? And then boom, you got the fucking world coming down on your ass within minutes, right? Whoa, holy cow, what's happening? And then their photos and their information, who owns this and who owns that, is all out there for the world to see, and you didn't even do anything, right? That's such a possibility. Asha, thank
You,
you. Thank you for
you,
your support. What is that? Um,
well, thank you, Asha. I'm
thank
not
you
sure
so
what the
much.
conversion is, but thank you
But I don't,
very
it doesn't
much.
even matter. I really, really
Yeah,
appreciate that.
exactly.
Asha, where are you from? Where are you, Asha? I would love to know where you guys are from. I know I'm from Florida. Y'all know that. Butterflies in Texas.
Texas, howdy.
We got Simi down there in Louisiana. Make me start singing songs here in a second. We got Forest.
Appreciate
Oh,
you, Asha.
we got we got Forest in a whole ass other country.
Right. Canada.
Yes, our Canadian friend coming in.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird that he's 2 hours behind. You and I are on the same time zone, and then my other two mods are 2 hours behind us, but they're in separate countries. So weird. I get so confused. I'm like, I don't even know what time it is half the time. Which everybody who knows me knows I don't care. I live on my time.
Oh, wow. India.
Living on Tulsa time.
That's awesome.
What
It's
is
from
it?
India. India. For,
India. Oh,
yes.
fascinating.
Right.
That's cool. Abraham from Miami, another Floridian in the house. I didn't mean to make fun of your area earlier. Sorry. Miami's not probably as bad as Central. Cold ass Pittsburgh for Carrie. Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Indian. That's so cool. India. Um,
Oh, wow. Sarah is right up the street from me. Maybe an
really
hour, Temple, Texas. I'm in Austin,
awesome.
so yeah, I'm in Austin.
Yep. That's awesome. Ruth Ann, you're in Washington State. Oh, wow. Okay. Um, Rachel's in Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Leslie, hello, welcome in. West Washington State for her, just outside of Seattle. Seattle in the Evergreen State. We got two of y'all coming in from there. Nice. All right, guys. Well, welcome in. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. If y'all don't mind, hit that like button. So, Joy, you're in
Joy,
Jersey?
Jersey. Yeah.
Awesome. I, I've always been intrigued by Jersey. That's so cool. All right. So, thank everybody for being here and unpacking the case with us as it comes out. And we're going to get to Brian's scathing video here in a few minutes. And we're going to look at Savannah's video as well that she posted yesterday. So I'm just curious as to these Walmart purchases, right? What are these receipts telling them? Are they going to be able to hone in on how I wonder how many. Now, if there wasn't that many backpacks purchased in that area, it's going to be easier to narrow down who they think. And once they track a purchase, then they can go back and track video footage, right? Because that's what happened in this case. Let me show y'all something real quick before we move
Bob
on.
said Bob said Walmart, Mexico, Nogales, Sonora, and Hyper Kimberly is from Kentucky.
Oh, cool. Oh, and that sniffer they were using. Um, I even saw this morning that somebody was talking about this is brand new technology to the FBI. And I'm like, well, how come I was able to find research on it almost immediately when y'all told me about it? My mind has got to know more. I'm that person. I want to know. You can't. Oh, that's a cool device. Now I want to know how it works, right? We got a video. All right, so let me show you this. Let me show you. Uh-oh, stop. This all has come out after the investigation started, and they go back. This was just received by FOIA request, and here it is. Here's your guy. Walmart. Y'all got crooks that like to shop there.
Hey, what is that, milk? Like almond milk or something? Can you hear me? Salty, are you mute?
Am I unmuted now?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's his milk. He likes his milk. We've known that. Okay, so watch. He's got no gloves on. I don't know why they got it all sped up. This is the 16th. Now he's going to be wearing gloves here in a minute. After the butterfly about cracked up when you said, "What are you looking for, buddy? Your gift cards?" I was like, damn.
Or was it cash? I'm talking about after when, yeah.
Well, I know, but he was
When
digging
he
through
had
the
his
wallet.
gloves on.
Yeah, he was like, this cash was in there. You could see all that. But he was definitely looking for something that he misplaced.
I'm like, you idiot. You're over here wearing gloves and then you just take them off. Like,
Well, he did that for a reason.
why
but he
even
forgot.
bother?
'Cause I know why he did it. He couldn't. The glove got in the
Yeah.
way. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
When they said that early report came out, glove found in Nancy's house. I'm like, whoa, wait. Why take off your glove? Was it in your way? That was my first question. No, not so. Come on, man. I'm going to break into your house and then take off my gloves and leave them. You got one reason to take off the glove. It's in your damn way. You
Yep.
can't use your fingers. All right, it's going to slow
Idiot.
down. 12:05 after the murders. Now, if they could get this footage, the reason I showed y'all this now is this was all footage they obtained once they looked through his financials and could see where he had been shopping. Then they go back and get all that footage. We've seen him walking around down there in Lewiston trying to get into the damn Costco. Lady's like, not so fast, sir. She made a good call. She just didn't do it. What are you looking for, Brian? Oh, I'm going to use that gift card months ago. Damn it. Oh, that's right. Oh, my cheese shit. There. Was that a hat? Is it a hat or a balaclava?
Oh, no, I think it's a hat.
It was in his pocket and he pulled it out and laid it on the counter. So I think it was his hat. Gotta cover up. Well, if you cover up your head, your eyebrows are gonna show, dude. You might be standing out there. They were looking for
Cover up
somebody
his
with.
whole ugly face.
Well, they all they had to go on was a guy with bushy eyebrows. So we're going to stop every guy in town with bushy eyebrows and say, "Hey, can we question you?" Gloves came off. What's he searching for? That prepaid debit card he wants to pay with now, so people can track him. The gift cards, there's some cash in all of this. Like, what he had a hat. All of that.
Yeah, but did he? I don't think he had a Walmart. What was it at Walmart?
Yeah, this is the
Walmart card.
Walmart. All of these videos are from the same Walmart. His favorite Pullman Walmart close to his house.
Lord.
Brian Koberger's a creature of habit. Don't we all have our Walmart? We all got that neighborhood Walmart, don't we? But I'm just saying, they can go back once they find out there was a purchase made at Walmart on this date, this time. That's when they go back and obtain the videos to see if we can get a clear image of this guy. But with their wackadoodle cameras above looking down, are we going to see a person's face? Right? Are we even going to see a face of the individual making the purchases of the backpacks? Their name will be there if they paid the debit card, credit card, whatever. Now we got your name. Bye, Brian. Have a good day. It's a matter of time, buddy. Gloves, hat, all clad in black.
I was trying to see what kind of shoes he had on. Looked like
they were the ones recovered from his
Vans
parents'
or
house.
something.
No, they were everything he was just wearing was recovered in his parents' home.
Wow.
We even got pictures of him wearing the Champion black sweatshirt in the photo dumps from Mama's basement. Or his bedroom or wherever the fuck he was. I did research that boots on the ground guy. Which one, Kimberly, that was referenced the other day and about pooped and fell back in after what I discovered. Which one, though? You talking about JLR? I'm not, or Dolly. I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Oh, probably JLR.
Well, I don't know. Well, everybody's researched. If y'all have never, look, here's the thing about JLR. I've known all about his bullshit for years. Okay, it's all you gotta do is Google him.
Yeah.
Then y'all decide what you want from there.
Seen it all.
Yeah, I know everything about that man. I know who everybody he has sued. I know what he did in Sandy Hook. I know all of it. We have shown his live stream here, but I usually mute him. But it is what it is. I don't tell everybody go run sub up to JLR. Y'all do you. But the research is out there. Actually, there's a couple of there's a couple of streamers out there. If you Google them, you might see things you're going, oh. Here's the thing about these YouTube streets. I ain't the popo, and I try to leave them alone most of the time, because if I start a war with the creators, then guess what happens? The channel dies, and we just come about talking shit about each other, and I'm not that channel.
Yeah, I'm not drama.
I'm trying to talk about crimes, not each other. I know who you are, and I know what you're about, and that's all I need to know, right? I got this. But I don't watch his videos and shit like that, because here's the thing. That dude came in hot in the Idaho 4 case, dropped a bunch of shade on some roommates, and dipped out and left the internet to have their fun.
Sebastian, too.
I don't know what all he did there. I didn't pay attention because I knew what he'd done at Idaho. Okay? And that's when I got blocked on Twitter, because I asked a legit question about something he posted. Automatic block. But yet you can go back and highlight my comments in your videos saying, this is a good question. This is a great comment. So I already know what I'm dealing with there, y'all. Trust me, I get around these YouTube streets. Y'all, I'll watch a lot more than y'all think I do. Why do y'all think I say at the end of the shows, be careful on them YouTube streets?
Yep.
And I try to be so honest and transparent with you guys. Okay, Kimberly, honey, I'm glad you're doing your research. Yeah, that's awesome that you've done that, because that's what we want to see, right? You came in.
We have to.
You came in, you saw something, you did some research, and there you go. I like that. I like that. That's the way it's supposed to be done.
And that's how you make your decision on whether you want to follow somebody or not.
That's right. Who am I to sit up here and tell any of you grown-ass people what to do? You know, I mean, we can have conversations about it, and I can share my opinions. But again, they're like assholes. We all got them. Man, I feel my mama coming out of me today like I ain't felt in a long time. I think maybe my news yesterday, Butterfly, is a sign. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Yep.
Mama's like, "You go, girl. You go, girl. I got to get some coffee. Y'all chat with Butterfly for a second.
Oh no, I'm not singing.
Come
I
on,
am
girl.
not singing.
I want to hear my cat
No,
just,
everybody will leave. What are you talking about?
oh gosh. What song y'all want to hear?
I'll talk to them. Go get your coffee.
Well, I am. I'm just across the room. I got it right here by my desk.
Okay.
That way I don't got to run off. I changed when I moved. I decided to put a coffee station in here with the computer. I just didn't want y'all to hear all my noise, but I didn't mute out when I walked across the room to get it. Got a long cord on my headset. We're good. All right, I'm back at the desk. We're good to go.
I
Okay, so
agree, Kimberly.
what's that?
Said informed decisions are the best. I am with you.
Yeah, they are. They are.
And a lot of us learn the hard way, so you learn
God,
from your mistakes.
we've seen too much in this space, haven't we, Butterfly? Out of
Yes, I came in with Sebastian's case,
yeah,
and
and
I learned pretty quick. Let's just say that.
she did. I was impressed with her because that's how I met Butterfly. Um, and I would watch her comments. I'm like, she's not buying half this shit. Like I'm not buying half this shit. And then we ended up linking up, and we've never looked back. We've been friends
And
ever since.
thank goodness for Salty because she has helped me a lot along the way. So I'm like, do you know who this is? I don't know who this is.
And I'm like,
I'm
just
not taking their word as gold because I don't have a clue who
yeah,
this person is.
we've had some
I still do to
conversations.
this day. Yeah.
Before we get started, let's take a look at Savannah's video. And do you guys, what kind of vibe do you get from it? Of course, this doesn't appear to be scripted like those first couple, with the FBI and on board in case that, because they had to take that kidnapping threat seriously in the beginning. Now, maybe they've done some more investigating and they've just decided this is not even relevant. This is not, anything. Um, and they've let that idea go now. I do not know where they stand with that. This one you can definitely tell isn't. But did y'all get the vibe she might have known who she was talking to? Or was she just trying to get empathy from the kidnapper? And at this point, I don't care if it was a robbery gone wrong. You took the individual from the home, you kidnapped her.
Hmm.
So whatever happened was a kidnapping. Um, so is she talking directly to somebody she might think's the person? I don't know that I got that vibe.
Yeah.
I
I'll be right
felt
back while you play that.
I felt like she was trying to appeal to an empathy level that if they have anything left in there, you know what I'm saying? Please listen. So here we go.
I wanted to come on and it's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope and we still believe. And I wanted to say to whoever has her or knows where she is that it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And it is never too late to do the right thing. And we are here. And we believe. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being. And it's never too late.
Okay. Um, it is heart wrenching. If she suspects her sister, her heart is fighting that. I don't know that if she does legit suspect them. And if she does, is she just playing it cool until they can get the evidence needed? I got 6 siblings. It's a complicated matter. Um, I'm not sure what I would do. She does
Rachel,
look tired.
I agree.
Um, yeah, she was trying to speak to their humanity at this point. That's what I feel. If she is probably poor. Look, if my mom was taken and I had no answers and didn't know why, I'm evaluating every scenario.
Mm-hmm.
In her position, did I do something that caused this? Not even that she pissed somebody off at work. What about one of those weirdo fans who become obsessed?
Mm-hmm.
I go take her mom and then I find her for her, she might love me. I mean, don't think that shit don't happen. Rebecca Schaefer was an actress on, well, what was the show? It was not Mork and Mindy, but she worked with the girl who was on that show, and she was young. She was like becoming the Hollywood it girl. She didn't have a lot of security because she was really new to the game. Man walks up to her front door. She opens the door and he shoots and kills her because he was a fan who stalked her and became obsessed with her. How many times have we heard that happening?
Mm-hmm.
I can't take that off the table yet either. Or was it somebody within the close inner circle that had a beef with somebody somewhere? It's hard to, at this point, come up with logical theories anymore. Because I
Yeah.
don't know why somebody would take her out of that house. Even in a robbery gone wrong situation, that part don't make
Well,
sense.
I'm sending you something. So Brian just buckled down. The sheriff just buckled down on that theory that it's not. So I don't know. I'll send
What
it to
now?
you. So
Okay.
Brian just said something, and I'll send it to you.
Is it a tweet?
Yeah.
Or okay, we'll go look at Twitter. Twitter was down this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter down. Because I haven't scrolled through any of this since early this morning.
Me
Okay.
either. I just got a notification. That's why. So
Oh, I don't even know if I have notifications turned on for stuff. That shit gets on my nerves. Okay. And if they are, they're on silent. I can't with all that noise. Okay.
no, you can for certain people. I don't have
Yeah.
it for like
And
all
I
of
have
Twitter.
notifications on, but I still don't even know if I pay attention to half of them. I don't. I get too many. I just get too many. If I need to go look, I go look. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff's. So he has two separate posts, 1 minute apart, or they both came down at the same time. It looks like. Okay. And then we'll review some of his video from last night as well. So Sheriff says PCS. Now,
Uh-oh.
wait,
There it
are we
goes.
here? Are we back?
Yes, I
Butterfly?
see it. I see it.
Can chat see everything? We good? Okay, I hope so. All right. Sheriff says PCSD has never stated this was a burglary gone wrong. Any reports indicating otherwise are inaccurate. This remains a very active investigation. And then he also goes on to say, Sheriff says we can confirm that the clothing seen in the video may have been purchased from Walmart. Damn it. But is not exclusively available at Walmart. Exactly. How do we got proof it came from the Walmart? Are y'all just going through the financials just in case? And how many of them backpacks were purchased? Okay. May have come from Walmart. Maybe the FBI is not sharing all their information with the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
So sit down again, sir. We're done. I don't care what you tell even Brian at this point.
Right.
I saw his video last night. He chose to talk to Brian after that.
Unless he just
Wait.
released a statement
Wait.
to media,
No.
and then they're just all getting it.
Did you have some follow-up questions, Brian? I don't care about what he thinks about whatever his theory.
Mm-hmm.
No. Did you ask him any more questions, Brian? Please do.
Right.
Now this, before we watch Brian's video, let me show you what this guy had to say. A judge. I think he's retired.
Results of an FBI DNA test on gloves that could be linked to the suspect at Nancy Guthrie's front door. More on this breaking news next. Let's bring in former Arizona Supreme Court Judge Andrew Gould. Judge, welcome.
Thank you, Mike, for having me today.
What is your reaction to this headline? Does it make you hopeful, as it makes probably the rest of us?
It does. I mean, everybody wants Nancy Guthrie to be found safe and sound and as soon as possible. But also, we want the people that are responsible for this infernal crime to be held accountable and be brought to justice.
Absolutely right. So we're 2 weeks in, sir. Does it surprise you we're at this stage without an arrest? And do you feel like investigators may be close?
Well, it's hard to tell what the proper amount of time is for a case like this. I think more of my concerns have been with respect to Sheriff Nanos. I think he has made some mistakes in this case that have impeded the investigation. It is my opinion that he should step out of the way and let the FBI do its job. I think his deputies are doing a very fine job on the ground, but my concern is that the sheriff is becoming more of the story than trying to bring these people to justice and bring Nancy Guthrie home safe and sound.
Yep.
The FBI has increased the reward to $100,000. We have a description,
Okay, that's what I wanted you to see, was him saying, this is coming from a judge, right there. And when I show you this video, y'all think y'all are fed up with that sheriff now? Just wait. Let me pull that up and we'll get a look. Y'all go sub up to Brian Enton if you haven't already. I'm sure a lot of you already have. We'll drop his link in the chat as well. But I'm sure most of you know who he is and you're already on it. How many of y'all saw Brian's latest video?
I did. Hold on, people.
We saw it late last night, didn't we?
Yeah.
When it dropped. And normally when I go to send Butterfly something, she's like, I'm watching it now. Or she'll send me something, I'm watching it now. Or we'll send it at the same time to each other every single time. Okay, so let's get... Okay, let me get to the very beginning here. Okay. All right, let me get the screen up. And I will be stopping to comment throughout this video, y'all.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. Of course, I'm still in Arizona. It is Sunday. A lot of big developments I'm going to get to in this episode. This is Nancy Guthrie's house. Obviously, this is kind of where I've been stationed. But we got a new statement.
Y'all getting cringe over the voices? Yeah, he had a little bit of a weird voice. It's just, mine's okay, right? I hope.
From the FBI talking about DNA that was found on one of the gloves that was recovered, and this could really be significant, especially in light of the DNA that we know was also found inside Nancy's home. So I have a DNA expert who I'm going to talk to, who is going to join me in a couple of minutes and explain the significance of this and why this does mean we could be getting closer to a suspect. Also, you guys remember the SWAT raid Friday night that I was at. I went back out to the house where the raid happened. Been a couple days later. I find a lot of times when you go back to places a couple days later, you can see if people want to talk then when things sort of simmer down. So I'll show you what that was like. Really.
All right, Simi, thank you for coming in. I'll go check out his replay later.
Nice neighborhood, by the way, so I'll take you back to the house. And then also more drama with the Pima County Sheriff. In this episode, I have an interview with a sergeant from the Pima County Sheriff's Office, who is also the union president, who is very concerned about the way the investigation has been handled.
So when the guy comes up to speak, he is a local deputy, or he's a cop, but he can speak because he is in the union, at the head of the union. And he picked, and in my opinion, he had perfect timing, right? Do you feel that way?
That was strategic on his part.
Thank you.
I know.
Very much so.
He's concerned about a lack of experience with the detectives on the case. And he explains to me what he thinks should be done differently and also what is being said within the department. It's the first time I've been able to interview him, and he is a sergeant with the department right now. And he was able to speak freely because he's got the protections because he is the union president. And then lastly, I'm going to get into the signal sniffer. Remember I told you guys about that? That is this device that I've now found out came from the FBI that they attached to the helicopter that can actually sense Nancy's pacemaker. Everything new I've learned about that also coming up in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. Hey guys, all right, so I want to go over the latest with you on the newest development with the FBI statement involving new DNA on the glove. And first, the statement's a little confusing, so I'm going to tell you what I make of it in a second. But first, let me just read you this new statement from an FBI spokesperson. It says, the gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in a field near the side of the road were packaged up by the Pima County Sheriff's Office and sent overnight on 2/12, and they arrived at their private lab in Florida on 2/13. The FBI received preliminary results yesterday on 2/14 and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting unknown male profile into CODIS, the national database unique to the Bureau. This process typically takes 24 hours from when the Bureau receives DNA. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most of them were searchers' gloves that they discarded in various areas when they searched the vicinity. The one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the glove of the subject in the surveillance video. The FBI
So what about that one they found was so different that really makes the FBI believe that, right? Convincing the sheriff, but the FBI is a whole different story. It would be amazing if they do have DNA in the house that they don't know where it come from. If it matches that glove, we got something.
To provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. So the most important line here that I see is the one with the DNA profile recovered is different and appears to match the glove on the subject in the surveillance video. So there is one of the gloves that they have found that is different because they say it actually matches the glove that we see in the surveillance video at the front of Nancy Guthrie's home. And it has a DNA profile on it that they are interested in and that they are going to put into CODIS. So that is pretty significant. And remember, a lot of people are saying, well, how do they know exactly if the glove matches based on that video that we've just seen from the front door? They could have more video that we just don't know about. Nancy had other cameras, and they may only be...
So did they get a better look at the glove, right? From the back door? I didn't see... Did y'all notice when that little bit of picture we got... I got to look at that. I got to show y'all that tweet in a minute. We can look at that video. Do we even notice a camera by that back door? I got to look again. I didn't see one, but it's the way, I don't know if we can.
I don't remember.
I didn't see it, but I'm saying the placement of the way we see the video and the way we see the door, I don't know if we'll see it. I'll show y'all in a minute.
Releasing publicly the video from the front camera, but they very well may have been able to get video from the other Google Nest cameras that Nancy had. I am told she may have had one more, and maybe...
Asha says TMZ got a fourth letter. When? Go see what you can find out, Butterfly.
That also picked up video of the suspect. I don't know, but if it did, that could be another way that they're able to get a close look at the glove. So this is significant.
Cece's in this video, Simi. I've been watching her for decades, but she's in this video.
The thing that stood out to me is when they said that some of the other gloves that they found were from searchers that had discarded them in various areas. I mean, that just kind of surprised me. You would think that the search crews would not be just discarding their gloves outside, especially since it appears most of the searchers have been either deputies or FBI agents. And I will say I've seen some photos of some of the law enforcement out searching with these black gloves just like hanging out of their back pocket. And I noticed it because I thought, gosh, those could just like fall out of their back pocket. And then would someone pick that up and think that that was a glove connected to the case? So that part kind of stood out to me. But really the main message here is that they have a glove with the DNA profile recovered. And that glove appears to match the gloves of the subject in the surveillance video. Later in this episode, you'll hear me. I talked to a sergeant with the Pima County Sheriff's Office who actually happens to also be the union president, which is why he was allowed to talk to me. But he'll explain he's skeptical of this glove actually matching back to the suspect, just because he says there really are a lot of these gloves around. There's a lot of homeless people around. He says there's a lot of people who wear these gloves for different work that they do. So he was skeptical, but you'll hear why he says that a little later in the episode. I also want to remind you, when it comes to DNA, there was another big development over the last couple of days. The sheriff said that they found DNA in Nancy Guthrie's home, which is back there behind me, that does not connect back to Nancy Guthrie and does not connect back to anyone in her, circle of people that come to the house. So that to me is almost more significant than the DNA found on the glove, because that really could be the kidnapper's DNA. But the bottom line is they're getting DNA now in from different places, not to mention, remember, the search warrant they did where they likely swabbed people for DNA there too. So the bottom line is they're getting DNA in now from different places, and this is when you start to see a case come together from the experts that I spoke.
So Mike Ruiz put on Twitter like 6 minutes ago, and it's long. So 216 Guthrie update, DNA evidence. The FBI released the statement below on the 15th. So this is the whole statement they released yesterday and what Brian was reading from. The gloves found approximately 2 miles from the Guthrie residence in the field near the side of the road were packaged and sent by the police and sent overnight, which we know the dates already, on 12/12. Florida Lab got them on the 13th. FBI received preliminary results yesterday on the 14th and are awaiting quality control and official confirmation today before putting the unknown male into the profile into CODIS, the national database. The process takes 24 hours, typically, to receive the DNA results back. Investigators collected approximately 16 gloves in various areas near the house. Most were searchers. We know all that. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance on what timeline is provided to us. That's what it was, a very intriguing statement, part of that to me. The FBI has and will continue to provide assistance on whatever timeline is provided to us. Please direct any future inquiries regarding the gloves and the potential DNA evidence to the FBI. In other words, don't ask that sheriff.
That's what I took away from that.
Yeah, don't ask. He ain't even doing this part. Now that it's out of his control now. He collected it. He got his profile from the lab he sent it to, and now it's in the custody of the FBI. So you need to talk to them. Suspect clothing. PCSD can confirm that the clothing seen in the video may have been purchased from Walmart, but it is not exclusively at Walmart. This remains a possibility only. The investigation is ongoing, and information may change as new details develop. Here's something else we got to consider too. How much does the suspect need to know they know? That does become a problem at some point, because they get scared, they get squirrely, because, oh my God, they got my video, they got my glove, what are you going to do now? We still don't know where Miss Nancy is, and I'd rather find her and deal with your ass in a minute.
Exactly. My thoughts exactly.
I'll find out the why, maybe, eventually. Right now, I don't even care about the why you took her out of the home. I'll figure out why you did it later. But right now, I got to catch you first and find her. Then I'll figure out the why. We don't even know why Koberger went and did what he did, except I'm a madman who needed to do it. No rhyme, no reason to it. It'll never make sense, no matter what I say. I'm a crazy motherfucker. Sorry. Sorry. got a little heated.
No need for apologies. We all get it.
Okay. Get back to this. Briefings, interviews. No press briefings are scheduled at this time. If a significant development occurs, a press conference will be called. The sheriff is granting a limited number of one-on-one interviews. We understand media's interest. Blah, 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 blah. Let's finish talking about the sheriff.
And from the cases that I've covered, this is when DNA experts can really go to work, and they can start comparing different pieces of DNA that came in and start trying to make connections. So I get the sense that things might really start heating up over the next couple of days based on some of this new information that's coming out. So again, I'm going to get to my DNA expert here in a minute, but I wanted to get through some of the other big headlines for you, and she'll actually explain how significant this is. Something else, so remember Friday night I was at the SWAT operation that happened where they went into the house, they pulled a man and a woman out who I'm told were mother and son, and then they also pulled someone over close by as part of the same operation. And we're told there were no arrests made. It was all connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation, but I'm told by sources not to just discount all of this, that there's still very much an investigation happening behind the scenes, that they had served this federal search warrant, and that, they're still processing evidence. So I went back to the neighborhood today. I hadn't had a chance to go back since I was there when it was dark out, and I wanted to see what it looked like in the daylight, and I also wanted to go up to the door and see if anyone was home. So take a look at this. So this is my first time back in the neighborhood where the SWAT activity was on Friday night. I was here, it was obviously dark, and then I got so distracted with all the other developments of the weekend. But this is what the neighborhood looks like. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. It's interesting because, again, it was so dark when I was out here. It's interesting to see it all in the daylight. This is the house here that the SWAT activity.
Okay. I gotta breathe for a damn minute. I'm so over some of this. Okay. TMZ has received a fourth email. Let me just pull up the damn article and see what the man's got to say this time. TMZ
Thank you, Rachel.
Yes, thank you, Rach. TMZ has received a fourth email from the man claiming to know who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie and where she is. And we have a proposition for that person. What? The email with the same Bitcoin account as the three other notes. That's the three that's been received that we know who's got Miss Nancy. Says in part, I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border. Sorry, what the fuck? Some stupid ad popped up. Get out of my way. I know what I saw 5 days ago south of the border, and I was told to shut up, so I know who he is, and that was definitely Nancy with him. This is the second reference he's made to there being more than one person involved in the abduction. In the third letter on Friday, prepared to go he made that prepare to go international thing statement. The man says he has a burglary on his record from 10 years ago, so he's scared to come forward, presumably fearing he'd be implicated. Well, bad guys know bad guys. I understand they know each other. What did he see 5 days ago south of the border? And he says he saw Nancy with him? Y'all, if y'all want to believe TMZ in-house is setting them to themselves for clicks and views, go right ahead. Are they going to risk it? Some weirdo is out there sending them the emails. If they're legit or not is the question.
Yep.
Show me proof that they're doing it themselves, and I'm going to throw shade all over Harvey's stupid ass for making such a dumbass move.
Yeah.
A dumbass move. A career-killing dumbass move. For what? So I'm going to think these are probably real, but are they legit real? Or just some asshole trying to make a buck? Find these assholes because I'm a little pissed at them.
Yep.
And if this is a burglary guy who hangs around the border and knows crooks, he can't be hiding his emails that well through a VPN. Figure it out, FBI, and go make some arrests. I couldn't tell y'all why Harvey's the only one getting them, because they know if they go. All right. If I know I want attention, what am I going to do?
Yes, I was just going to say that. I think that's the only fault is he gave them the attention, because the other news station hadn't said anything until after Harvey came out.
No. These are separate from all of that.
No, I mean from the beginning is what I'm saying, not just
I don't look. Harvey's going to do what Harvey does, but I'm not sitting in a place yet where I can say TMZ is sending these to themselves.
Right.
I'm going to right now think there's a dumbass out there sending these.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And
Is
how they
Harvey
haven't found them yet. That's the thing. They found the other one really fast.
the text messaging guy? Was that
Mm-hmm.
because he used an app to text versus
Yeah.
sending an email through a VPN? Y'all, there's a huge
Mm-hmm.
difference.
Yep.
Please do your research on that stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. I don't know. If TMZ wants to be that stupid and that messy, have at it, Harvey. Kill your career, Bubba. I don't care. Really, it makes no beef to me. I don't care either way. But I
And
demand
three,
right now the FBI figure it out. If
Mm-hmm.
Harvey's emailing himself because he's a weirdo, or anybody on his staff is doing it because they find them and blast their ass so I can blast their ass.
pretty quiet around. I'm gonna go to the door and see if anybody is home at the house.
Oh, that car was interesting to me. I kind of,
Yes.
I didn't.
I want to see what it looked like. We get a
Oh,
plate.
I took some photos. I looked. I know how to screenshot too. All right,
Mm-hmm.
here Brian goes. This is the house. Now, this is the second raid we saw the other night when they pulled the Range Rover over, and then they were also serving warrants upon this house. This is that house. Here Brian goes. Be safe, Brian. Now, if you live there, you go open that door. Especially if you might be the person.
Right? I'll just come shoot through the damn door, come out and shoot you. You're right there. No, Brian.
We appreciate you, Brian, but you need to gear up, man. Put on an armored vest.
Doesn't look
For
like
real.
anybody's answering. I think other reporters have already been here.
I'm sure they have.
Mm-hmm.
All those ones that ran up to Carlos' house, and they're like,
Not sure if anyone's home, although there is a car. Oh, hi, we'll be right there, it said. I don't think anyone's
it's a
coming.
nice house and a nice yard.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
I saw someone in the window. Hello? Hello?
Now, this lady who lives here is an older woman, right? I believe the other guy that was there was her son, and she was taken. She's not a suspect. And this is the reason I know that is because the FBI, according to her neighbor, brought her to his home and said, "Can she stay here while we search this house?" They never detained her. You don't detain a person and take them to the neighbors and say, "Can she sit here a minute?"
Right.
And then when he walked her back home, once they all left, they found the federal search warrants on the table. That's what they do. They have to leave them for you. That is our constitutional right. You have to give me that document.
I'd like to see that.
The probable cause behind that search warrant's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm.
It is a nice home, Tricia.
There was a woman that just opened the blind
2 miles
just for
from
a
Nancy's
second.
house.
But yeah, I don't think they're coming out. Like I said, I think some other reporters have been here, and it looked like a kind of an older woman that opened the curtain just for a second. There's this car that was in an accident in the driveway.
When was it in an accident? There's a whole host of questions behind that car. There's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down yet. Not unless they can prove it was involved in this crime, right?
Yep.
Did JLR go over there yesterday, Ruth Ann? Did he? Oh, Lord. They probably, if they'd done their research, they're like, oh my God, there's that guy at the door.
But yeah, so this is the neighborhood. It's a pretty nice neighborhood. Kind of reminds me of Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood a little bit. It's about 2 miles away, but the houses are much, much closer together.
Quiet.
And they're out closer to the road. In Nancy's neighborhood, there's obviously a lot more like shrubbery and cactuses in the front. So I'll go back to that house again. I find just with my reporting that sometimes when things cool down and all the other reporters leave and if I kind of forget about something, that's the best time to
Don't
kind of
give
swoop.
them your secrets, Brian. They're
My
taking
thoughts
notes,
too.
man. They're freaking taking notes, Bubba. Don't do it. Keep them to yourself. We know how you operate. Shh.
In and try to talk to people. So I'm going to check out the house again and just keep an eye on that whole situation because, again, while there were no arrests, I'm told that there's still activity happening behind the scenes. Something else I wanted to update you
That
guys.
activity behind the scenes is them going through all of the digital data recovered from that house. Computers, phones, down all that, financials. If they're digging in that deep, you got to have probable cause to continue to dig on these people. If you didn't find any in that home and that Range Rover comes back with nothing to show Nancy was ever in that house or vehicle, do you have probable cause to continue to go further? That's a
Right.
constitutional battle right there we got to pay attention to because when the Koberger case happened, there was a small group of us focused on what the FBI was doing. And is it constitutionally legal, right? It's a gray area. I don't mind you taking a DNA from a crime scene and doing what you will, but I got a problem the further away it goes from the crime scene.
Right.
On if you follow me on Twitter, I've talked about this signal sniffer, which I confirmed that I actually have video of this helicopter.
Y'all remember this day we saw the helicopter and the guy was sitting there looking down.
Yeah.
Everything, what is it doing? It's just right here in the area. If a signal sniffer was attached to there, and I wholeheartedly believe it was, why is it combing that area there? They think she could have been in a shallow grave? Because you would see a body lying out there uncovered. But if they're in a shallow grave, you're not going to see them, but you would see unearthed, freshly turned up dirt.
Right. I first thought they were just looking for her or something.
Well, none of us
Or
knew.
for her. Yeah.
Right.
Knew
None of
about
us
that.
knew what they were looking for. I mean, I had no problem with them being up there. You got to help. That was the same day you had a bunch of boots on the ground doing work as well. So were they just support person? You know what I mean? We didn't know what they were doing really, but now we know. But the fact that they're back at Nancy's house doing this, did they think she could have been in a shallow grave or down into the? Remember when they were looking down into the septic tank thingies? Now, the lady who called in the tip about the white roof claims that she's also the person that told them to check those septic tanks, that they were back there and they were dead ass behind her house. So there's that. I saw her interview where she claims that she did do that, called them and said, check the roof. It appears to be freshly recoated, and check these septic tanks.
Week, it was the Pima County Sheriff's Office helicopter that was hovering very, very low over Nancy Guthrie's house and then hovering low over the side yard and the backyard and just different areas around the house. But it was peculiar because I haven't seen search and rescue helicopters hover in one place that low.
Now, Steve Fisher did tweet out that he's used these devices before in searches. They have not had any luck with it, but that doesn't mean there won't be luck with it. Maybe it means whatever they were searching for in Steve's case is just wasn't down there to be, to get a signal back from. And we do have a video about this device too. I was like, that's intriguing. I got to know more.
Ended period of time, like it would stay in one spot for like 3 minutes and then move, but again, very, very low. And I am told that there was a piece of technology on the chopper that was sent in from the FBI called a signal sniffer. And it's a new kind of technology. It's pretty top secret in many ways.
The company has a whole ass video out there on it.
Attach it to a skid of the helicopter, and it could actually sense Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker. Again, I'm told it's an imperfect science and it's a new technology, and it has to hover low.
It detects Bluetooth signal, y'all. It doesn't matter if it's a pacemaker. It's not designed just to detect pacemakers. It's designed to detect a Bluetooth signal. Okay? So it doesn't matter what type of device it is, it's trying to detect it.
To stay in one place. That's why the helicopter was just like not moving around a ton. but they believe that there's the possibility that it could actually.
Here's the thing with the drone and the sniffer. You gotta fly low. You can't fly high. You have to fly low. Where are you gonna go and search at? You can't fly all over Arizona in a plane to see if it pops up. You can't go down toward the border and see. You have to fly low. So you have to hone in on your area, right? That you need to go search at. That is why they're not doing it all over town.
Pick up on Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker.
Suit the helicopter up and let him go fly that low all over town. Something's going to happen. He's going to hit a tree, a power line, something's going to go down.
Mm-hmm.
And then you use the drone instead. But you got to have your area. You got to know where you're going.
By the way, picks up on other things. AirPods, I'm told, smart washers and dryers, all of those things. So it becomes a little complicated trying to narrow it down. But it's interesting. It is a technology that they have used in the past. And I confirmed that with one of my sources on the ground. And then News Nation reporter Libby Dean, who's my friend in D.C., also confirmed it with her FBI source that the FBI did send that technology in and that it has been used, which is just interesting because I've never heard of something like that before. And it's just kind of fascinating that they could try to detect Nancy's pacemaker. And hopefully, when I saw them using it, it was over a week ago, so I don't know if they've used it again, but it's kind of a neat piece of technology that they're using in this investigation.
Butterfly, did you drop down or did it knock you off?
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah. It knocked you off. Knocked you. I didn't know if you dropped down on your own or if it dropped you out. Okay. We'll keep an eye on
here.
That. Okay.
Now, though, to Cece Moore, who is really just a famous DNA expert. She's worked on a lot of big cases, and I want to get her take on this latest information that we got from the FBI regarding the DNA on the glove and also the DNA in Nancy Guthrie's house. I'm joined now by Cece Moore. It's nice to see you, Cece.
Nice to see you.
I think it's quiet out here. Hopefully I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house, so sometimes it gets a little noisy out here, but I think it'll be okay. Just a lot of people in the crime community know you, obviously, but just for people who don't know you, tell me a little bit about your background.
Well, I'm one of the early pioneers of genetic genealogy, and then that transition into using it for law enforcement purposes. And I am the chief genetic genealogist at Paragon Nanolab.
Don't be so modest. You invented it, and you perfected it, and you taught them all how to do it. If I was needing IgG, I wouldn't go to anybody else but you.
My small team and I have helped law enforcement solve over 365 cases now. So I think we've really proven the power of investigative genetic genealogy.
For sure. So I'm glad you're the perfect person for me to talk to about these latest developments with Nancy Guthrie. The first thing I wanted to ask you is this new information that came out from the FBI about this glove that was found 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house that they found some DNA on, and they're going to put into CODIS, I guess, after they finalize the testing. What do you make of that? What does that mean?
You know, it's interesting to me that they've agreed to put it into CODIS because that usually means that they feel fairly confident about it. They have very strict guidelines about what DNA is allowed in that database. So that leads me to believe that they have a reasonable belief that it could be from the crime scene. However, being 2 miles away, of course, I would obviously use great caution in coming to conclusions about who the suspect is just based on that alone. We've had a lot of cases where we have analyzed things like gloves and like other items in or near crime scenes. And of course, when you're doing that, it really requires that there is a lot more caution used because it very well could be an innocent person.
Yeah, and a lot of people use those black gloves for different jobs. And like you said, the fact that it's 2 miles away. The sheriff also said that they found DNA in Nancy's house that doesn't connect back to Nancy and doesn't connect to anyone really within her circle. Because apparently they've swabbed, like the workers out and the family members and stuff. That to me, is that significant?
To me, that's much more significant because we know that's tied to the crime scene. Of course, it still doesn't guarantee that it is the suspect. DNA can last a long time depending on what the form is of that DNA. I've worked cases where we analyzed a drop of blood and it ended up being someone who'd lived in the house 2 years earlier. And of course,
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. We had a blood sample from a crime scene that turned out to be somebody who lived in the house a few years prior.
we know Nancy has been there for many years, decades. So she should have a pretty good idea. I mean, her family should have a pretty good idea about who has been in and out there. So that helps a lot. I am very optimistic about that part of it, much more so than the glove. And I think that if they really do have that alien DNA there, that DNA that they are not able to tie to any known person, that could very well be the answer to this case.
If y'all are interested, there's a lot of videos on YouTube. You can I've done so much research and watched her. Like outside of all these interviews, I pulled up videos of just her explaining, because I dove in deep in the Idaho 4 case. So when these talking heads were all coming out acting like they didn't understand it, I was like, wait. Y'all were all a part of Idaho 4 and you don't understand what's happening now? Stop it.
And I'm told that with some of these people that they've been questioning, they've done some search warrants over the last week, that they are swabbing them also for DNA.
Yeah, makes perfect sense.
How does that work? So what, then they will go and compare that to what they found in the house, or how does that work behind the scenes?
Right. So that is using the traditional law enforcement DNA analysis that they have used for decades in cases like this. So that's just a straight profile, one-to-one comparison. Do any of those individual match any of, does the DNA profile from any of those persons of interest match any of the DNA that was found in the house? If they did, that's obviously huge. Even if it matched that glove, that could be really telling, right? Because that's unlikely to be a coincidence then. That's not something that they would need to use genetic genealogy for. So that is just the traditional type of testing and comparisons.
How long does it take to get results for something like that? Like if they go and do a search warrant and swap someone, how quickly could they know if it connects back to the DNA on the glove or the DNA in the house?
Well, that could be very quick because there's such a thing as rapid DNA now. And I'm sure they are using it in this case since it is so timely. And with those, you can create those law enforcement profiles, the type of DNA that's entered into the CODIS database very quickly, almost immediately. And so that's something that they should have results on extremely quickly.
And when you say quickly, is it like hours even?
Yes, hours.
Okay, so I'm just thinking because this latest raid was on Friday night.
So do you think the FBI's got the profile results back on the glove? And we're not going to get told immediately, hey, we got to get a hold of the media and let them know we got our results back. Does it match what was in that house of the alleged DNA that the sheriff says was recovered? Was it a random hair? Or was it blood, a skin cell?
It's now, when we're doing this interview, it's Sunday. There have still been no arrests, so maybe they've already gotten the results by this point.
They may have. It just depends what technology they're using. Typically, it would take, I'd say, overnight, a full day if they're using the traditional crime scene analysis. But if they're using one of those rapid DNA analysis machines, which I would be very surprised if they weren't, that is very, very quick. So they would already have answers to some of those questions, I imagine.
If they've sent everything so far to this lab in Florida, which the sheriff's department uses, if they do a swab of someone here, do they then have to send it to that lab? Or can they do something here where they just compare it?
They could do something there if they have the rapid DNA machine there. So the private lab, the outside lab, is going to be most useful when it comes to creating a SNP profile, which is what we use for genetic genealogy. Many labs, including crime labs, the FBI, many others, are able to create that traditional STR profile, that short tandem repeat profile. That's what law enforcement has used for.
Now, the STR and the SNP, we dove in head first in the Brian Koberger case.
Decades, that is what they use to charge someone with a crime and eventually convict somebody with a crime. And so there's a wide capability to do that. So they could have sent it to their own crime lab there in Arizona. They could have sent it to the FBI for that, or they could also have DNA Labs International in Florida working on that part of the case. That's a much more quick process.
Once the profile's developed at the Florida lab and it gets sent back, they got what they need. They can compare anybody to that DNA now, right? Within their state lab or at the FBI level. And that's what she's explaining. It might have went back to the Florida lab for a comparison, but they can do that in-house. All they needed Florida to do was pull the profile. That was it. That's where their work stops.
Compared to creating the SNP profile and trying to perform.
But if they're trying to keep all their DNA samples in one spot, then maybe it was all overnighted. Who knows? They already have the swabs of the family members, right? On deck. They had them before the glove was found. They have already swabbed everybody in that family. We'd heard they'd already swabbed or was speaking to people who worked at the property. So they'd already collected DNA samples from everybody who volunteered them before that glove was ever found. Once that profile is developed off that glove in Florida and they receive the results, then they can compare what they've already took from people to this profile that was developed. That's how that works.
Genetic genealogy on it.
Yeah, when I think of genetic genealogy, I think of the Kohberger case, which I think is the first time that a lot of people had ever heard of that. Mm-hmm. Is it essentially where they go? Well, tell me could they use it in a case like this?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I've been waiting for that to happen, just hoping that there would be DNA found that was not tied to any of the known individuals from the home, because that will solve the case if nothing else does. It's just a matter of time then. If they have that DNA, that person who left that DNA will be identified.
If they have the DNA from the home. So if they have a legit profile from that home, IgG is already being started by the FBI. She's going to talk about parallel stuff. Boy. So while they're working on, I already know it's happening. Because we're not going to IgG that glove. We got to IgG what came from within that crime scene. If it's a valid sample, they're already doing it. Just in case that glove don't match what we got in this house. There's a chance it might not.
So
But then again, what if there were 2 assailants or 3? And only one of them left their DNA in that house, and that glove is absolutely relevant, but it's the other person's. Hang on to it, just in case. Does it match the individuals y'all swabbed when you raided their houses? I want to know that too. Did it match one of those guys? I doubt it matched Carlos. I think Carlos got swatted.
Yeah.
But it doesn't match these other individuals that we just saw get raided, right?
Yeah.
The stranger's DNA in the house.
Oh, if it does, they're getting handcuffs on and rearrested right now.
They could figure out who that person is, even if
absolutely, yes.
Just they could come up with it almost out of nowhere. Even if none of these others.
It's not out of nowhere, but it is a highly reliable method of reverse engineering somebody's identity just from their DNA. So if someone leaves their DNA behind at a crime scene, then they absolutely can and eventually will be identified through investigative genetic genealogy.
Interestingly enough, the expert the defense in the Kohberger case wanted to call in, Miss Vargas, she did a couple of YouTube interviews, and the next thing you know, the FBI was knocking on her door during the Kohberger case. Ma'am, you're about to testify on behalf of the defense, and you're going to YouTube channels. Everybody made a big deal. What was the FBI at her door for? They're trying to shut her down. Vargas ain't nowhere near as talented as this woman. I looked up Miss Vargas and all her stuff. Okay.
Is going to determine how long that takes is what population group that person is from. So if their ancestry is from Latin America and they have recent immigrant ancestors, it'll be much more difficult to identify that individual. So it could take a lot longer. We have a lot of those Hispanic cases, and they tend to take weeks, months, or years compared to somebody who has deep roots in the United States and primarily Northwest European ancestry.
Is that
part's interesting, right? You don't think about it like that. Isn't that interesting to you?
Mm-hmm. All this is interesting.
Hmm.
Because if you are Hispanic and your family just came here recently, you're not in as many databases. You don't have distant relatives in as many databases.
Exactly. Now, they could get lucky and there could be a close relative in the genetic genealogy databases, but that's really unlikely. And that's because despite the fact that over 50 million people have taken direct consumer DNA tests for long,
50 million people have uploaded their DNA to these DNA databases.
I haven't, but I don't know. My family has.
Right? I mean, I got a large family.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them who did and who didn't. But
Right.
if so, if you, but it, like, but with that said, not everybody does that. So there's a chance it can be very difficult to get them on IgG if it would take other family members in their world, in their realm, to be uploading their DNA, trying to figure out who they are.
Mm-hmm.
law enforcement cases, we are limited to the 2 or 3 smallest databases, which is less than 2 million people.
They're limited. We learned that in Koberger's case. They're limited to the 2 to 3 that legally allow you to come in the front door, with only about 2 million of y'all's DNA in that one, compared to the 50 million. And so on that subject, Kash Patel came out and told us how y'all, not you, CC, but how the government now works with the private sector to issue lawful warrants like you did with Google. You can do the same damn thing with Ancestry.com, sir. I'm no fool.
And I'm hearing a lot of misconceptions out there. People are saying they can use Ancestry, they can use 23andMe. That is not true. Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage, the 3 largest consumer DNA databases, have barred law enforcement's use.
Barred law enforcement's use. Now, the concern people on the streets had, well, how did the FBI get all that on Koberger? Did they create a fake profile and upload to the database to start digging around for Koberger's DNA, family members? Or did they go in the back? How did y'all get in that back door? I don't really care. But you did it. You did it. I wondered, though, did y'all make a fake profile? Like, I'm Joe Blow from Idaho, and here's my shit.
And there are 2 well-known databases, GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, that have agreed to work with law enforcement. And then there's a new nonprofit called DNA Justice that's much smaller, but it can also be used. And so those are the ones that they will have to work in, unless they can serve a successful warrant on the larger databases.
I wonder if they served a successful warrant on them larger database. We ain't seen that warrant in the Koberger case. FBI's like, warrants? Fuck. For some DNA test, looking into people.
Now, if I was Savannah Guthrie and her family, I would be begging management at Ancestry, 23andMe, and MyHeritage to allow the genetic genealogy profile to be compared in there, because it would be a much more straightforward and quicker identification that way. But so far, they've been very, very resistant to that, even though studies have shown that 91% of the public is in favor of using genetic genealogy to identify this type of criminal.
I'm so glad you explained that, because I didn't know that. I just assumed that you had access.
Hey, Kentucky Lucky, welcome in. They cannot do IgG from the glove. That's a huge, huge defense attorney's dream. They have to do IgG on DNA found within that home. All we care about is if did that glove match what was in that house. That's the only relevancy of that glove. They will not do IgG from the glove. We don't know who the hell that glove belonged to, right? But what came from the crime scene is a very different case. Remember, Koberger's sheath wasn't found outside or back in the back parking lot. It was found right next to a victim.
As to all of them. I didn't
know
I wish.
That we'd be solving thousands and thousands and thousands of cases every day. We would be solving a case, because if, for instance, you're adopted now and you want to find your biological family, you can compare against 50 million plus profiles. And you can almost always find that family quite quickly. And I used to work adoption cases back when we had a tiny database. So working long.
Look, the reason I know the FBI goes in the back door because they did it in the Brian Koberger case. It's not a secret.
Mhm.
It is not a secret. Ann Taylor tried her best to get that whole case thrown because of what they did. She even got subpoenas for the FBI, and she had to do a two-way request to do it. And then the judge shut everything down and spent days pouring through all that IGG in his
It was a
chamber.
whole thing. Yep.
Right, because Ann Taylor was making and it went nowhere. But then the FBI comes out after the case, and yeah, we did IGG, but they can only go through the legal parts. But the FBI is going to do whatever the hell they want. Did they create a fake account, right? And then upload that profile they had and start doing their work? Damn good chance, but I don't think I care because of where the sheath was found.
Mm-hmm.
If you found it a mile or two away, then I may have a problem with what you're doing. It's a constitutional thing, y'all, that will be battled. And that's where this gray area lies with IGG. It has to come.
Just to connect. Yeah.
Yeah, we can't just go profiling and IGG and DNA all over the place that we find that might be connected. Like I said, that glove is not, that profile is pulled. It's one and done. They got what they need from that glove. Now, does it match what the sheriff claims they found in the crime scene? That's my only question. Otherwise, the glove is off the table.
Law enforcement cases now is like stepping back to, say, 2014, trying to find somebody's biological family. And that is just because of the size of the databases. So because we're working in GEDmatch, where you have to not only be in the database, but opt into law enforcement matching, that is maybe 600.
Now, that came up in the Koberger case, too. When y'all upload your DNA, especially with GEDmatch, there's a box to check where you will allow the cops to come and look at your stuff. So y'all do your homework if y'all are uploading your stuff to places. I don't do that. I ain't got to worry about it.
700,000 people. And then family tree DNA, there is maybe 1.2 million or so in that database. They don't release their exact number. So, some of those are the same people. So it's really under 2 million people. And you've got to get a little lucky, right? You've got to hope that there are close enough relatives in there for you to be able to find their common ancestors. And so we're working with second, third, fourth, fifth cousins and beyond the vast majority of the time. Occasionally you will.
Now, we know when Othram went through the front door to the legal databases, they come back with 2 cousins to Brian Koberger. They didn't have Brian Koberger. They just had 2 cousins that semi-matched your DNA profile. Had some of the same markers, but they're not the guys, but they're related. But we can't do any more work. FBI's like, hold my beer. We got this, boys.
Get a close relative, just luck. So it's really going to depend on luck and population group as far as how long genetic genealogy would take to identify this unknown individual.
2 questions. Do the bigger companies that you were talking about that don't let you use their database, have there been warrants where they make exceptions?
No, I do not believe there has been, based on some very good inside sources I have.
Oh, there was no warrant.
But I know that they are ready to serve them in a case that has, high priority. For instance, if Charlie Kirk's killer had not been identified so quickly, or the person who tried to assassinate President Trump, those would have been the type of cases where I think it's very likely the FBI would have gone ahead and served that warrant on the commercial companies Ancestry, 23andMe.
Through that partnership that Cash spoke of.
Interesting.
In a case like this, will they? I don't know. But I think that this is going to happen one of these days. And it's going to be a huge.
This case done broke Twitter, hadn't it? Is Twitter down again?
Yeah. You can see, but
Drag
if you
out.
try and pull up something, it won't let you.
Oh, okay. Fix your shit, Elon.
Fight between law enforcement and the courts and these very powerful deep pocket consumer DNA testing companies.
Do you think that they have started ancestral DNA testing? I don't know how you phrase it with this case. Do you think it's already started?
Absolutely. I think they are
Absolutely. If that profile in that house is really viable, yes, ma'am.
doing it in parallel like they did in the Koberger case, where there's enough DNA where they can split that basically, and they can create the STR profile, that traditional profile from some of the DNA, and then at the same time be creating that SNP profile with another portion of the DNA. And even in Koberger's case, for instance, they were able to do that, and it was just transfer DNA or touch DNA, right? It couldn't have been a lot. So it just depends on what they found in Nancy's home, how much they have. But we need such a tiny, tiny amount to create that genetic genealogy profile that I feel very confident.
Tiny, tiny amount. But does it matter how you could it hair sample with the follicle issue shit? Y'all can't really do anything with a hair without a follicle. Well, I don't know. There's some new stuff coming into the Rex Sherman case about all that. But
I keep thinking of that thing, that light he had in his mouth. Now, what if he, okay, so let's say he pulled it out of his mouth with his glove and his glove was left.
His glove was left?
Because that thing, I mean, can you imagine like trying to swallow saliva?
No,
saliva drip. No, I just keep thinking of that.
Wait. But no, glove was left where?
I don't know. Inside the house. I'm just saying.
Did he drop his little flashlight with his saliva?
Right.
I don't know that he took his glove off to get the
light. That too. Right.
I don't think he took his gloves off in that house. There was no gloves in that house, according to the sheriff. So I'm going with the fact that I'm going in my mind right now. He had his gloves on the entire time until possibly getting down the road and discarding them. But that doesn't mean he didn't lose his little flashlight. I don't got to take off my glove to get that flashlight out of my mouth. It ain't that damn big. I can spit it out. Did he drop it and not realize it?
Right.
Did he go to shove it in his pocket? Because you're gonna leave it in your mouth while you're you could, but if you're coming in there to take somebody, you're not going to give her commands. You know, point, get up, do this and do that. You got to talk to her. You got to use your voice at some point. Did he accidentally drop his flashlight? Because if he did, that's huge, because there's saliva, and that's more than enough DNA. That's solid DNA. That's not a partial fingerprint. That's not a tiny blood sample. That is saliva. And what do they do when they swab people? They're getting your saliva. That's what we want. So we can only hope that he dropped his little flashlight in that crime scene.
Or took it out of his mouth and touched something with that glove, even if he didn't take it off.
Okay, so didn't take off the glove, but took had it in his hand.
Right.
To talk. Touch something with the glove, transferring that DNA to that surface that was touched. Right? That plausible. But was that in Nancy's bedroom? Was it on a door handle? You know, where I mean, it doesn't matter. It's going to be in the crime scene. But that's a good thought to have. Did he take it out of his mouth? Obviously, he would at one point. Is he going to spit it into his hand? Probably. You know, it's right there. Now it's in his hand. Did he put it in his pocket and then touch something in that room?
Right.
Not thinking, I just transferred my saliva to the doorknob. Oh, yeah, butterfly might be onto something.
That they are doing that. And I've worked with DNA Labs International in Florida, the company that is doing this. And they are very good at extracting DNA from evidence. They have done that on
I actually like that theory. I really do hope that he did leave his little flashlight. Now, can you imagine if you, or I don't know about whatever, you go to the crime scene, to the scene, and you're starting your investigation, and you find this little light, right? Where did it come from? Could be relevant. Let's package it, put it away. And then you get your video and you go, oh, holy shit. That's his flashlight from his mouth. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, because if there's, you know, a lot going on, chaos or whatever, and he's not really thinking about it and just absentmindedly pulls that out of his mouth. I've been thinking about that scenario for a while.
Out of his mouth at some point. You got to speak to your victim.
Yeah.
You know, what are you going to do? Mumble to her? So, but then when you do, so say he takes it out of his mouth, does he touch a doorknob exiting the house? because you know they swabbed those doorknobs.
Yep.
Regardless of how this person got in, they should have, all doorknobs, all handles would be swabbed. And did they pick up that's when they got this male DNA, or they got some DNA out of the house now. It doesn't match what should be in the home.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it's not matching employees that have worked around the home either. Or
Yep.
that could be in custody right now. So
Yeah, and it could also be that, Teresa, maybe a combination of both. We don't know, but I mean, it's possible if we're slinging around theories and things. I mean, that's makes sense, you know.
yeah, if he dropped it, they found it in that house.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't think of any other type of DNA that the criminal would leave behind if he didn't shed skin cells and he didn't unglove and leave fingerprints.
Mm-hmm. And that's something they wouldn't release. They would keep that. You know what I mean?
His fingerprints would have went to CODIS already.
Yep.
If they pulled a good fingerprint, it was uploaded to the fingerprint database, right?
Yeah.
And he had on his mask. So was there a hair? What type of DNA do you have, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the saliva is a good start.
A lot of my successful cases, because that's not something that Parabon does. We send that out. And so I have full confidence in them. I do not at all think it was devastating that it was sent to them. I trust them. And I am sure they are already working towards creating that SNP profile, if not already completed it. And
that SNP for that IgG off of what that was found in the house. Flashlight?
uploading it to those databases.
Just a theory, everybody. Let me make that clear. I don't want to be the misinformation train. We have no idea what kind of DNA they recovered from the home. We're just asking questions about what kind was it and the possibility the flashlight was left. Let's clarify that lady in Arizona gets her panties in a wad again. And I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back while this is playing.
Where they need to compare it against the people that have allowed us to do that.
And I know you said it's hard to say an exact time, but like what is the range of time you think it would take for them to get results to find a second, third, fourth cousin of whoever did this?
Well, it takes a little while just to get the comparisons back. So once you upload that SNP profile to GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA, it can take a day or two, or sometimes even longer at Family Tree DNA to get that list of people who share DNA with that unknown DNA contributor. So I doubt that they have it yet, but it might be very, very close to being compared at GEDmatch. If they were able to create that, say, yesterday and upload it, it would be undergoing those comparisons right now. They might have their match list, as early as today or tomorrow for that date.
Wow.
Now, if there are significant enough matches there, and when I say matches, it's very different than what most people are used to with law enforcement cases. Matches has traditionally been an exact match, right? You're looking for that person in the CODIS database, their DNA. Or if your state allows familial searching, then you're looking for someone who's a very close relative in the law enforcement databases. Only some states allow that. But that can only detect a first-degree relative. You need a parent, child, or a full sibling. They also can do a Y chromosome search. That's a little bit more complex. But that is very, very different than in genetic genealogy databases. When we say a match, that is a partial match. That is someone who typically will share just a little bit of their DNA. It might be less than 1% of their DNA. And you get a long list. So everybody that puts their DNA in one of those databases will have hundreds or thousands of matches, depending on their population group. We're usually looking at the top dozen, 2 dozen, 3 dozen matches, and then trying to figure out how they're related to all of those people. They might be third cousins, meaning they share great-great-grandparents. So we've got to figure out.
Like those two of Koberger's cousins Koberger's family got him caught. They all put their DNA in the database. Thank you, people.
Which set of their great-great-grandparents. And we do that by looking for patterns in the data, overlaps, triangulations. Who's this one person or set of siblings that is related to all of these people sharing DNA with the unknown suspect? So it can take a long time. The fastest I've ever been able to do it, once I got my DNA list from GEDmatch was 30 minutes. And then I have some cases I've been working on for 7 years. So
wow.
population.
So it's hard to say.
It really is. But
Yeah.
in a high priority active case like this, I'm sure they're going to throw everything at it they can, all the resources they can. DNA Labs International has a really good chief genetic genealogist there that I have a lot of confidence in. And so if she's not already working on it, I'm sure she will be soon.
Nice.
And this is the type of case that you push to the top of the pile, and that's because it's active, right? The vast majority of the cases that we're working are cold cases, and they're still important, but public safety is not at risk as much.
See, that makes perfect sense. The cold cases, there's a difference between that and we got to find this person now, especially considering we need to find Miss Nancy. And the only way appears to find her is to find the person who took her out of that house. Lordy.
As when you're working an active case like this.
Hey, Hawkeyes, welcome in. Hyper Kimberly up. You've been here a minute. Thank you. All y'all, not me. Everybody welcome in. Kentucky. I don't mean to be ignoring y'all. Ski, Utah. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're reviewing Brian Enton's video from last night. We're coming up on some good stuff here in a minute. Y'all get ready.
Or Kohberger, for instance. They need to stop these people in their tracks.
So interesting. Is there anything else, Cece, you think with this case is important? I mean, and we don't know, obviously.
Could you imagine if they hadn't stopped Brian Kohberger in his tracks? And yeah, I'm that majority. I said he's guilty. I've deep dove that case for years, and he's guilty. He needed to be stopped dead in his tracks, because guess what? He wasn't going to stop at the Idaho house.
All the details, but the fact that they have DNA from inside the house, the glove, there's probably other things that we don't know about. From a DNA perspective, do you think they're making progress just based on what you know from the outside?
Well, it's always hard to know what's going on behind the scenes. I'm sometimes so frustrated when I'm working on a case and I see the commentary that's out there in the public, because I know on those cases what's happening, and it's often very different than what the public or even the media is speculating. So I hesitate to speculate on that. But I have, as I said, a lot of confidence that they are moving this forward. The agency already had a relationship with DNA Labs International and a contract, which means they've been successful in the past. They trust them. And as I said, I have full trust as well. I think anyone making negative comments like that, it's really just competitive posturing. We don't need that in this case. We want Nancy found, we want this person identified. It doesn't matter which company does it or which lab does it, which of course I'd love to work the case, right? But I don't really care as long as somebody skilled is doing it. And they did not make a mistake, in my opinion, sending that to DNA Labs International. They can bring in the FBI genetic genealogy team too, if it ends up being a really difficult case, just like they did in the Kohberger case, right? It was started at a private lab. It was transferred to the FBI investigative genetic genealogy team, and they were the ones who made that identification of Brian. And that could happen in this case too.
Okay, stop it. Not you, CC. What am I seeing? Sheriff leading search for Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy, reveals his brother died the day after Nancy was abducted. Sir, take your emotional ass to your family and turn this shit over to the FBI. I'm so sorry for your loss. Fuck. I'm sorry, y'all.
Too, if it's taking too long for the private lab, then they can certainly bring in the FBI genetic genealogy team, and they have resources that we don't have. And so sometimes, especially in these immigrant cases, Latin American cases.
Okay, that might explain a whole hell of a lot to me, because I think everybody in this audience has lost a loved one before. And what happens when you do? Your emotions are all over the place. And we saw a very emotional sheriff in the very beginning, didn't we? Everybody fell in love with that little guy. Oh, look, he's so concerned for Miss Nancy. We'll see about that in a minute, sir. I'm sorry for your loss again. Go take care of your family.
we have had the FBI come in and take over cases, and they were able to identify that person using resources we didn't have, like border crossings, right? Immigration records, things that we wouldn't typically be able to access because as genetic genealogists outside the government, we are just working with public records only. We don't have special law enforcement access. We just have access to what everyone else has. Actually less, since we can't use the big databases like you could if you were researching your own family.
Wow, really interesting. Cece, I appreciate you explaining it to me. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate Cece for taking the time to talk to me and explaining some of this DNA stuff to me, because it can be kind of, this is where things.
I'm muted. I was muted. Let me be very clear about what I'm about to say, because I feel like I might come across sometimes as a cold-hearted, heartless bitch. Maybe I do.
Oh, there's that, Ruth Ann. So he
What?
still went to a game.
He did. I'm gonna let him go with that for a minute. Some of us on this platform sit in a space where our entire life was turned upside down by the death of a loved one, not knowing if you'd ever fully recover. And we have so much empathy for the families of lost loved ones. And I, above everybody, will understand how your emotions can get the best of you, especially that first couple of days. I saw a sheriff for the last however many days do some really strange things. Even when the internet was going to cuddle him for crying about Miss Nancy, I didn't feel that way. I got a weird vibe. I didn't know if it was just me being me, because I get weird vibes. I don't trust motherfuckers. Especially when you come out with your niceness. I got questions about it. When Brian shows you what he's about to show you, you might feel like, Sheriff, are you using your brother's death now to get us to feel sorry for you, sir?
Mm-hmm.
And that's your excuse for doing a shitty job to find
He
Miss
won't.
Nancy?
He won't get press conferences, but he'll go to media and spit his narrative everywhere. That's the issue I have.
You can take that narrative and shove it straight up his rear end. I have all the empathy in the world for somebody who just lost a loved one.
Mm-hmm.
You lost your brother the day after Miss Nancy went missing, and all we've seen out of you from then on is a hot mess. Would you advise one of your deputies to take a leave of absence? Or demand they go to work the next day? Sorry your relative just died or your kid, but I need you to come to work tomorrow anyway. Because when you're grieving, you got anger, and I think that anger got took out on the public. Sorry, we're fixing to be real angry at you now. Let's let Brian continue with his upcoming interview. Hey, Keith, welcome in. Welcome in, good buddy.
Get really complicated
Okay.
and scientific, but as you heard her say, this is also when cases come together, and we're starting.
Let me ask y'all a question. And please be honest with me, because I love honesty, and I'm a loud talker. Because my brother explained it one time. He's like, people always accuse me of yelling. I was like, people tell me I'm yelling. He's like, but we was raised with a daddy who couldn't hear well. We was told to yell. I said, damn it, man, you're right. We were primed our whole lives to talk loudly so daddy could hear us, Lord. So if I talk loud, y'all say, tone it down, Salty. Use your inside voice. I'm good. I won't be offended. I promise. I
Hey,
won't be like,
Hawkeyes. Hawkeyes is here.
huh?
Hawkeyes. Telling Hawkeyes hello.
Yes, Hawkeyes is here. Keith says it sounds cold to think, but the sheriff can either do his job or he can't. Yeah, if the death was that much, he should have let the big dogs come in. Exactly, Keith. He
Mm-hmm.
just said, you know what, guys? I got this tragedy just happened in my own life. I'm here, but I'll do my part here, but y'all take the lead on this. And where's my top investigators to assign to help with y'all with all this? And y'all keep me informed. Whatever you need, I'll be here, though. It should have been that simple. Instead of him coming out here taking his frustrations out on everybody else for asking hard questions about what happened that night. Right?
Yep.
again, Brian's got an interview here in just a second.
To see DNA evidence really appear in this Nancy Guthrie case. So hopefully this will help move things along. I also want you to hear my interview that I just did with Sergeant Aaron Cross, who is a Pima County Sheriff's Office sergeant. And I've made a lot of sources on the ground here, but it's difficult talking to people within the department on camera because they can get in big trouble for speaking. What's interesting about Sergeant Cross is he is also the union president, so he has protections and can speak more.
A sergeant with the police department and head of the police union there. And he's got a lot to say today. I wonder what Nanos has got to say today. Oh, my brother died. Y'all leave me alone.
Freely. He's not on the inside of the Nancy Guthrie investigation at all, so he can't speak about what's happening from the inside of the investigation, but he has a ton of expertise when it comes to this area. He's been with the sheriff's office for almost 20 years, and he also is able to talk about and openly, which is difficult here because people are nervous to talk badly about the sheriff who are still working there, but he can talk about concerns that the deputies have about the sheriff, about the way the investigation has been.
That really explains to me why he got all that emotion everybody was seeing.
Yes, and we thought it was for her.
Yeah, he's concerned for Miss Nancy. No, I felt that was weird because here's the thing.
Yeah, he didn't know her.
We've seen too many. I have seen too many sheriffs and investigators come out and speak who have so much empathy for the case they're working on, but they don't show that emotion like that. You're a detective and you're crying. Are you going to get tunnel vision? What's happening here? You can't allow. Sometimes we got to take them feels and set them aside. I don't have no problem doing that kind of stuff. I absolutely don't. Call me a hard ass all you want. I've been through some shit and I understand a whole lot more than you think I do.
Handled, and why he thinks the FBI should have been brought in sooner. So listen to my conversation with Sergeant Cross. The first thing I wanted to ask you about was just this new FBI statement that I showed you. First of all, apparently there's a lot of gloves that have been found.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? I mean, I guess these gloves are used for all sorts of purposes, it seems.
It is pretty common. It could be from investigators. It could also be, I mean, we have a large amount of homeless that live and camp in the area. We also have, we've experienced a lot of nighttime car break-ins in this area as well.
Now, all those videos that Nerdy's finding, we see the guys walking around, grabbing the door handles, looking into, prowling all over the place. They got a lot of prowlers to look at.
So, I mean, it could be from any one of those things. Hopefully it's related to the Guthrie kidnapping or incident, and they're able to get some DNA out of it, and it breaks the case open. But I understand it was found a couple miles away. Hopefully, as he's driving away, he throws his gloves out the window. Maybe we'll get a lucky break, but there's a lot of possibilities.
It just seems like that would be a dumb thing to do, though. I mean, if you're the suspect,
yeah,
why wouldn't you bury them or hold on to them?
Yeah, it seems very unusual. He seemed to be very prepared and very careful, at least on the video that was released, and so it would seem.
He calls the guy prepared and careful.
Very out of character for what we're able to see, but hopefully we'll get lucky.
And you are a sergeant with the Pima County Sheriff's Office and
Yes,
also
sir.
the union president.
Yes, sir.
So you're able to talk to us about some of these issues with the department.
Keith, preach it. From the beginning, this guy has reminded me of Magic Hands over there. I'm just going to flop my hands around.
Yes,
Y'all are all
exactly.
stupid. Y'all are all stupid. Watch my Magic Hands do its work. Doug Carter vibing mother. Yeah, that's why I didn't buy
Look
that.
here, not there.
Yeah, that's why I didn't buy that emotional shit. What kind of Doug Carter shit is that?
Because you're protected.
Correct.
By which is why we haven't really been able to talk to anyone else within the.
Yeah, I can speak on matters of public concern.
Yep.
And have some protections from that.
Do you ever get nervous about retaliation?
Oh, all the time. I'm sure I'll be drug in to answer questions about this very interview.
Okay. What is since you have your pulse, I mean, how many deputies did you say are in your union?
So we have a little over 300 out of the about 396 detectives and deputies in the department.
So almost everybody.
Yes, sir.
So what is the feeling right now within the department? I mean, you guys have the eyes of the world
Yeah.
on you.
Yeah, it's tough. The deputies, they haven't been impacted as much. The detectives, though, they're working, I mean, some of them are working 8 days straight. Some of them have put in 70, 80-hour weeks for the last couple of weeks. So they're doing everything possible to try and solve this crime. They're working very hard, sacrificing a lot of time with their families, and they're doing everything they can. But it's definitely taken a toll a little bit.
You're going to find out in a minute that a lot of those patrol deputies and detectives may not like their boss. So I can't sit here and say those guys on the ground are doing a bad job. Did he allow them to do their job efficiently? That's going to be the question, and it should be hugely talked about today. Later I'm going to check out the big wigs on the medias and see if they're talking about this shit. Or is it just Brian Enton bringing the tea?
You can tell when you speak with them. There's a little bit of burnout. I get that sense. They haven't vocalized that to me, but you can tell it's been a lot. And working 80 hours a week, 70 hours a week,
And here's another thing you can bet. Brian has worked this probably from the time he started realizing there was problems in the area. Who can I talk to? He didn't just walk up on this dude and say, "Hey man, you want to give me an interview?" Oh no. Brian's too slick.
That's a tall order.
And a lot of pressure. I mean, everybody wants to find Nancy, you know?
Certainly, yeah. The whole, it feels like the whole world, or at least the nation, that their eyes are on us. And so there's a lot of pressure internally as well as externally to try and solve this quickly.
Is it true, and I've just heard this from some people around the sheriff's office, that the homicide team is pretty inexperienced right now?
They're pretty new, and that goes for really all the departments. So we have 96 detectives. 45 of them are detective ones, meaning they're pretty new. Inside the unit, I think the person that has the most experience inside that unit has 3 years in homicide, and then
the most experienced person has 3 years. Kind of like over there in Idaho. But Idaho's like, come on in, FBI, do your thing. Help us out. We don't know what we're doing. We're used to drunks walking the streets, but not this.
Some of them are more experienced detectives. They just haven't been in homicide. So there's been a lot of turnover. Another example is that our deputies, we have 195 deputies in patrol. 101 are on probation.
101 are on probation. From retaliation by the sheriff, or because they legitimately did something wrong? We'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
Or we'll maybe we won't find out about all of them, but we're going to get an idea.
Meaning they have less than a year. We've experienced several waves of exodus of deputies going to other agencies or retiring early to go.
Leaving to go to other agencies or retiring early. Why?
Work somewhere else. So we're feeling the consequences of that, both on the detective side and in patrol.
Yeah, that's kind of alarming when you think about a case this complicated.
Now I have to ask, now this has come out, Butterfly, who's keeping that sheriff in office in Arizona, in Tucson, and why?
Right.
Why do you need to keep Nanos in there after all, that 2016 all the way to here? Why?
Very. And we know the
Representative, maybe? I don't know.
sheriff's office is still technically in charge. And you'd think there'd be people with decades of experience.
Yes. And if this case happened 10 years ago, we would have a lot more experience to handle it. However, I mean, like I said, we only have 96 detectives compared to something like the FBI. They could bring thousands of investigators that they could pull from across the country. So we're a medium-sized department, and of course there are limitations that come with that.
Have there been frustrations on the inside about the way this has been handled?
A little bit. They vocalized some of that to me. A lot of it is just some of the decision-making from the top makes them look incompetent, and a lot of those decisions weren't theirs. And
whose were they? From the top? Nanos. What kind of decisions did he shut down that his officers were coming to him saying, we need this, this, and that. We want to do this, this, and that. And he's like, stop it, boys. She wandered away. We'll find her tomorrow when I finally let the pilot have the air.
So I agree with one of Sheriff Nanos' versions was that we gave up the scene probably a little too early. And perhaps we could have kept that locked down, maybe with the permission of the family, could have put up crime scene tape.
Keith, we're not sure. We read an article here days ago about these 195 officers and how so many, at least over 100, were on this probationary stuff. But when this guy's he's going to get a little deeper into retaliation by the sheriff. And I believe him. Every word this man said. And if mainstream media don't plaster this guy and get him on interviews, I'm going to be like, what are y'all doing? Scaredy cats.
After the search warrant was concluded, just with the understanding, hey, we're probably going to have to come back out here. Is it okay if we keep people out and see if the family would have agreed with that and put up that security to keep people away, just to maintain that crime scene as pristine as possible.
What about this relationship with the FBI? Because we've heard from FBI sources that it hasn't been good. You know, I even heard a couple nights ago there was some critical information that wasn't shared with Ebola, that they just didn't tell the FBI about.
Yeah.
And then, you know, this whole issue with the lab.
Yeah.
It's going to Florida, whereas the FBI is, why isn't some of this stuff going to Quantico?
Yeah.
Where does that stem from?
So my opinion is that this comes from 2016. I think when Sheriff Nanos was investigated, when he was interim sheriff back then, I think that investigation caused a lot of the icy relationship that we see today. He holds grudges, and I took that as a shot, and I think that he hasn't forgotten it.
Oh, he holds grudges, and he hasn't forgotten it. I'm so mad at you, FBI.
And I think that's driving some of the decision making that's going on right now.
So Miss Nancy has got to suffer because this hothead of a sheriff has got grudges.
Not professional at all.
That's not even human. That's inhuman, and it's disgusting male ego bullshit that I'm not going to tolerate.
Yep.
Sheriff, I doubt you're watching little old me, but you probably got somebody going to come after us later. Your brother died. We should leave you alone. I forgot. Sorry.
Do you think the relationship is getting better at all, though? Because when we went out to the search warrant, I guess that was on Friday night. You know, the FBI was there for that.
Yeah.
It was and it was your SWAT team, but then it was an FBI search warrant, federal search warrant. I mean, do you think they're trying to mend that now, or what's your sense?
If there's any efforts to mend the fences between them, it's only because of public pressure for him to do so. But I think that this case, what worries me is I'm worried that this case has become an ego case for him, and that this is
an ego case for him. Now, think about what this guy is telling you, and think about where he works right now. In that sheriff's department. And here he is telling everybody what's up. Do you think Savannah didn't see this? Remember, he told her the other day, his sheriff's like, oh, she's got her people. I've texted her. Did she tell you to sit down, sir? I got my people, sir. Sit down.
a chance to
Go
one
away.
up the FBI or to show that we're as good as the
Far
FBI.
away.
And I'm not sure that should be driving the decision making. We have very capable, hardworking detectives. However, it's like I said before, we're a medium-sized agency. We just simply don't have the manpower, the assets, the funding that something like the FBI could bring to bear.
What happened with, I've heard some rumblings about the search plane and the pilot, I think, or do you know much about that?
We heard it too. We read it. We read it here. Plane couldn't go up immediately because the sheriff did what?
Situation?
Yes, sir. It was a pilot / TFD, the tactical flight deputy. So our plane has two people in it. It's the pilot and the person behind him who is operating the high definition cameras, the FLIR, all that. And so there was a pilot / TFD who was normally assigned to work that day with a pilot. However, he was transferred the week before, I believe on January 25th. And he was transferred back to patrol, and as a result of that, he was not replaced. And so as a result of that, the plane was not...
Well, Ruth Ann, if he investigates corruption and stuff like that, he might want to call some people.
able to be used immediately. From what I understand from people who worked that day, the helicopter was initially used because there was a pilot at the hangar and a helicopter pilot, so they jumped in the helicopter and responded, and that has some benefit. When you fly a helicopter around a missing person, oftentimes people, they go out of their house to go, what's going on? Why is there a helicopter flying so low around the neighborhood? And so when you get people out of their houses, sometimes they'll see a disoriented elderly person or someone in need, a small child, and they'll call 911. However, eventually they called the TFD out that day, and then they flew back to the hangar, I understand, and then got the plane out of the hangar and got it overhead. But that took 2 or 3 hours from what I understand.
So did the sheriff have an issue? You said the person was transferred out.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why?
There's a minor demeanor complaints with the pilot. I think he'd been around 17.
Demeanor complaints. So he's an older guy. He's probably the salt of the earth kind of guy, and people might have got offended at the way he was talking. I really don't know. So we got a smack talker maybe, or I don't really know. But this guy, the way he would have disciplined and handled that situation was very different than the way the sheriff chose to do it. And because the sheriff chose to do it his way, this plane didn't go up for several hours. And the capabilities on this plane are amazing.
Years, and there's some demeanor complaints and behavior with his interactions with some other people inside the unit that, in my opinion, could have been handled a little differently. He received informal discipline and then was transferred. I think that informal discipline and perhaps a special observation probation would have been more appropriate and would have kept that asset, which is that plane is the most valuable law enforcement asset in southern Arizona. And if it moved to Phoenix, it would be the most valuable asset in Phoenix. It's that good.
Yeah, I've seen it. It has the monitors in the back. It's fantastic. It's impressive. I saw some pictures
fantastic.
of it. Yeah.
And all the local agencies around us, whenever it's available, they want to use it for any of their cases. It's extremely valuable. And so I feel like handling that a little bit differently would have kept that plane ready and addressed the problem with the employee. But that decision was made differently.
So that... is a deputy, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he had 17 years of experience
flying
with that kind of work?
Yes, sir.
And he hasn't been able to work this case?
Correct. And he started as a TFD that we then made into a pilot. So he had 17 years in the air unit, I should clarify. Okay. But he'd been a long-time pilot, was a long-time TFD, and was very good at his job.
So he could be helpful right now?
Yes. That day, they would have been up quickly, and perhaps the searchers, because when this first came out, we initially believed that it was an elderly person who may have bumped their head or something and walked away. And so having that plane up with its capabilities would have allowed the search and rescue team to, in my opinion, more quickly realize that she's not in the area, and maybe we need to start looking somewhere else and thinking about this differently, especially considering the blood drops.
Tell me a little bit I read about a no confidence vote for the sheriff.
Yes, sir.
When was that?
That was, if my memory serves me correctly, it was in 2024, early 2024, I believe. And we took an anonymous no confidence vote, or confidence vote, and it returned, except for one vote, it was unanimous no confidence in Sheriff Nanos. And that was done to kind of try and get the word out to the public, to the voting public in Pima County, that we've got some real issues in this department.
And that's so everyone except for one person in the union said no confidence.
Yes, sir. And my opinion is he probably didn't understand the vote and maybe made a mistake.
So what are the? So why don't they like him?
Well, I think former Chief Deputy Castigar kind of gave you some insight into the issues going on with Sheriff Nanos. He has an ego that's difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic. And
wow,
I believe it.
That's a strong statement.
Mm-hmm.
And why, again, is this man still in office? Who keeps putting him there and keeping him there? Why would you?
It drives a lot of his decision making. He's very retaliatory.
Ooh.
Their favorite version of retaliation is through transfers, which has impacted nearly every unit in this department and decreased our overall readiness, in my opinion. Nearly every unit, the experience and expertise that was there was transferred out for whatever reason, And there are real impacts to that, and it lowered morale. And so there was a lot of hope that in the election in 2024 that we would have a change at leadership. And when that didn't come to pass, very close, but when it didn't come to pass, that's when we started seeing these mass exodus of.
It was a very close race.
Yep. And I think he's been reelected because none of the officers have been able to come out and speak and have their voices heard.
You don't think the
And-
public's aware of all this in that
Right.
town?
Well, I mean, they probably are, but not to the extent. You know what I mean? Like, there's been rumors and rumblings, but they can't really officially say it's the officers saying it. Like rumors, in other words.
Well,
So,
I blame that on the media locally for not doing their jobs to
Mhm.
show the people. Because I'm telling you right now, we've had shit go down here, and we got some hard-nosed reporters around here,
mhm.
and the public's going to absolutely know. We know when our department's not functioning properly. They can come out here and word salad it all they want, but the public knows, and we have a choice as to who. And in fact, we took one out and put another one in because of that very reason. So I'm not.
Well, I mean, like I said yesterday, there's a difference between like an article that someone is being quoted than the union president speaking for his officers on an interview, I think, in my
How
opinion.
much since going back to 2016, when the sheriff got big mad, all the way to 2026, the local media around there has never caught wind there was problems inside this department. And their public is absolutely in the dark with all these prowlers running around their neighborhoods. Well, y'all need to get smarter in Tucson. I'm just smarting up. God dang. All right. TMZ has issued an ultimatum to this person. If the individual who is writing us these emails is reading this, if you are for real, send us the information regarding the whereabouts of Nancy and her kidnappers. We will immediately forward the information to the FBI. If it leads to finding Nancy and or the kidnappers, then you have a public record, and you are responsible for giving the information, thus ensuring you will get the reward. The FBI is aware we are making this overture. Now, the person again has said, saw something near the border 5 days ago, and I saw Nancy with this individual. So there you go. There's your open statement from TMZ. If you're watching and you're the letter writer, because I'm not ready to say TMZ is stupid enough to do that to themselves. Maybe. I wouldn't put it past them. I live in reality and I'm seen a lot. But if you're the one writing those letters, do it. What's stopping you? You'll be anonymous and they won't care about your 10-year-ago burglary bullshit. I think you got more than that burglary, though, scaredy cat. I did a burglary 10 years ago and you might implicate me in this crime. We'll figure that out later. First, tell me what you saw, and then we'll get there.
Deputies and
How close was it?
471 votes.
So he lost by
481.
400. He won by 471 votes.
Yeah, 471, 481, less than 500.
Wow. Did the voters have all the good information? Who was he up against, right?
Okay.
It was so close it had to have a mandatory recall per the.
Oh, a mandatory. So we got an election scandal going down here in Tucson as well.
Arizona state law.
And you mentioned the transfers, and
Again, corruption or something. I don't know.
you said it was like discipline by transfer. Is that what happened to you?
Oh, yes, sir. So when I became president in 2023 of our union, I initially decided, hey, let's take a morale poll. And so we did a morale poll. It came back pretty low, and it came back with some comments, and I thought that those comments would be beneficial to someone in a position of leadership. So I quietly compiled them on a professional letter and sent them to Sheriff Nanos, just put it in his basket, and he could have thrown it away. However, he took exception to that and responded by transferring me to a position to hurt my family. that was confirmed to me later by former Chief Deputy Castigar.
What do you mean to hurt your family?
So I was on midnights because I had small children and my wife worked during the day. They knew that, and about 7 months before, one of his chiefs threatened me to move me off midnights, and I explicitly reminded them that I'm on midnights for my family. But when I sent that letter, they responded by transferring me to a day shift so that I would not have that time with my children.
And did you get transferred to like an office job at that time, or?
Yes, sir.
So you don't even, how much experience do you have?
This will be my 26th year. I am the second most senior sergeant in the department.
But you're not
Second most senior in the department, but guess what he has to do all day?
out on the street.
No, he has me taking calls, phone reports.
Wow.
So if your garden hose gets stolen and you want to make a phone report, I'm handling those currently.
Holy shit. Now you
What a
people,
waste of experience.
people gonna say,
Idiot.
"Oh, he's just getting back at the sheriff for did that." No,
They
stop it.
already are. Yep.
Now they're gonna say but he's coming out here saying this because he's mad at because he got transferred.
Yeah, they're saying that. Well, I saw a post on X say something
Okay,
about. I feel
but
like this is a get back. I'm like, whatever.
yeah, but who was the poster? That's what it. Yeah, they can think
Yeah,
they.
exactly.
So my concern, you got one of your top detectives answering phone
Mm-hmm.
calls because somebody stole their fucking water hose.
Yep.
You grounded the pilot with this amazing piece of aircraft, and you kept him grounded for several hours till you finally figured, well, I guess I'll let him go up. I'm being pressured. This guy might be big mad about the transfer. I don't blame him. But
Mm-hmm.
I see a top detective answering the phones.
Is that feel demeaning? I mean, with all the experience you have?
I'm the first and only sergeant in the history of our department ever working that position. It's
What?
Oh.
Damn.
normally reserved for injured deputies so they can still work while they're recovering from their injuries.
Semi Sharp, yeah, he's went over all the department. All they're 3 years, 3-year detective team. They don't. It is what it is. In smaller departments, their lack of experience is going to be there. But a lot of their people left. He already said that they left and moved to different departments. Got the hell away from Nanos. All this is going back on Nanos, every fucking bit of it, and whoever's keeping you in office, sir.
So I've covered, I've interviewed unions before, like with a lot of different things, and a lot of times the unions don't like the boss.
Yes, sir.
Or it's about pay.
Yes, sir.
So that's not uncommon, but is this different, do you think, than other places where, because the unions always seem to have some kind of issue, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I agree, and oftentimes you do hear of unions, they're always lobbying for increased pay, and certainly we lobby for that as well, but no one came to the Pima County Sheriff's Department because they were going to get paid the most. However, I have a theory that you can either pay your employees poorly or treat them poorly, but you can't do both and expect them to stick around, and that's where we're at. And our pushback against leadership inside this department, I believe, is a large reason why we've grown so quickly. Like I said, we started in 2023 from nothing, and we're already now representing nearly the entire commission side of the department.
So when you know that you got a bunch of rookies and you got an inexperienced detective team, wouldn't you appreciate the FBI's help instead of having an ego and holding a grudge and saying, the hell with y'all?
The other thing I found covering sheriff's offices around the country is, sheriffs have a lot of power. I mean, they're elected.
Certainly.
So sometimes, or many times, the deputies love the sheriff. It's like the opposite of what you're saying.
Yes.
And even though maybe they don't get paid as much as they should or as much as they want, like the sheriffs have their back.
Yes.
And it's different than working for a police department where there's a city council and they almost, the sheriff really protects the deputies.
Yes.
Our sheriff around here lobbies for pay increases for our deputies.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely does.
But I guess that's not the case here.
No, and it's pretty unusual.
But it is around here, right? I mean, I've interviewed some other sheriffs it seems like other sheriffs are really liked.
Yes, sir. And the counties that are next to us, their sheriffs are very popular. Pinal County is a great example. They're directly to our north, and their deputies adore their sheriff, from my understanding. Ours is different because of how he runs the department and the.
Oh gosh. So a neighboring county, they love their sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
Over here, they're like, man, you don't even know what what are you doing, sir?
All these people that are saying that he's doing this to get back at the sheriff, look at what's going on around the sheriff.
Right.
If it was one or two
surprised.
people, maybe, but no.
Well, there's going to be a lot of them voted and don't have confidence in their sheriff.
Right.
So is this guy trying to shed light on just how bad this is, y'all? Or, there's always going to be people out there. We're all getting called big and bad right now for even saying a word to this poor sheriff. And this guy's going to get it. He knew when he spoke to Brian Enton what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
He knew it. He's ready for it. Don't underestimate that for a second. Don't think that Brian just stumbled up on this guy in the courtyard and we can have a conversation. Yeah, put it on air, buddy. It's all good.
This is probably the last straw because this is so big,
Right. If this department believes this sheriff made missteps in this case and has absolutely kept the FBI at bay as much as he could possibly do it, that's a problem. I don't care who the missing person was. And for everybody out there on social media wanting to remind us of how many are missing in this country, I'm fully aware of it. I got 2 right here I look for all day, every day. We on social media actually do advocate for the missing, unlike the mainstream media.
Yep.
5 minutes of your time, if at best. And it depends on what the missing person looks like. Here, we don't play in that shit on social media.
Retaliation that they do to the deputies that speak up, or even perceived to be against Nanos, or even he heard them say something against him. Because of that, we had a couple dozen of them protest with me against the sheriff during the last race, and I am unaware of any other instance where deputies protested against their sheriff for an election race. But it happened last time. But it wasn't without risk and fear.
Protested against their sheriff for the re-election, but the motherfucker was still re-elected.
He should be out just on that alone. Retaliation for them.
All of those in Tucson that were in the dark before, I hope you're asking questions today of your local media also. Because I absolutely know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, because I know this for a fact, the local media will not put something on air if they are absolutely asked to keep it off for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
That caused a whole ass thing here that I've kind of went into in past shows a long time ago, and I'll do it later. But trust me,
that's everywhere.
That especially local reporters work with the sheriff's department constantly.
Mm-hmm.
Constantly. And I know for a fact there was a huge case that happened here, and it was a lot of big players, and they needed things to stay quiet, and they absolutely asked the media to keep it quiet. And she absolutely came out later and said, hell no, wait. I regret doing this. What are y'all doing? A little boy died off a yacht one day. It ruined a marriage and everything. So don't sit here and tell me they won't do it. So maybe Tucson was kept in the dark, but hopefully today y'all can learn to walk in the light.
A lot of those guys did it while wearing masks, just to protect themselves from retaliation.
Yeah, that's unusual, huh?
It is. The situation inside this department I would describe as is very unusual.
So the whole world is watching now because of Nancy Guthrie. I mean, do you think all of these issues that you've described have had an impact on the investigation?
100%. 100%. The experience level inside our CID. Like I said, they're hardworking people, but everybody needs mentors. You know, I cannot imagine starting as a new deputy or when I was in as a detective and not having mentors to help me out. You need that. They make you better. And when you have questions or when you have a high-profile case, they're the ones that you want to go to. But from what I understand and what I'm being told, there's not a lot of that right now.
It was a recount, Keith. It was so close. I live in Florida. Electrical state. Sometimes we are like lightning strikes and all that. Electoral college and all that nonsense. Okay.
Like I said, we're a very young department. 45% of our commissioned deputies and detectives have less than 5 years on. We're very young because of this turnover, and it's having a real impact. And when we need that expertise, that seniority the most during high-profile incidents like this, they're simply not there. So
You imagine him passing Nanos in the hallway today? God, I'd love to be a fly on the wall.
Yep.
I believe it is having an impact.
Couldn't the sheriff have said in the beginning, look, this is a complicated case? Even the FBI experts around the country have said, we've never even seen anything like this. I mean, they've never seen a kidnapping like this. Couldn't he have said, we're going to hand this over to the FBI because, like, this needs another level of expertise? I don't think that would have made him look bad.
No.
I think they could have still helped and assisted and been a part of it.
I agree. I think the right decision, and there's also different aspects of this as well. By deciding early to turn this over to the FBI and us take a supportive role to them, I think it would have been the best decision, in my opinion, for the Guthrie family, but also for our detectives and Pima County citizens. Like, from what I understand, the entirety of CID is being tasked with helping on this case. All of them. They still have other cases that aren't being worked as well as they could be. And the bad guys aren't giving us a break because we're working this case, hoping to find Nancy. The calls and the crimes are still coming in. They're still happening. So these cases are getting put on the back burner from what they otherwise would be if this was turned over to the FBI, who could use their massive assets, resources, and personnel to work it with us in an assisting role. And then we could also then go back to a normal order of business to some extent and work some of these other cases that are happening in Pima County.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is there anything else I'm leaving out that you think is important that people should know? I mean, because again, you're in a unique role where you can speak.
Right.
And we have a hard time, getting information out.
Yes.
Because people will get in trouble.
Yes, and that fear is real. The fear is very real because they know what would happen. Again, I just want to reiterate.
So I hope all the people on social media saying that this is about this guy and his little vendetta with the sheriff for being transferred. Did you hear what he just said?
Right.
Right?
Yep.
So are y'all reporters saying that or just randos on keyboard warriors? Keyboard warriors. Okay.
That our detectives, they are busting their butt to try and solve this case and find Nancy and try and bring her home, hopefully safe to her family. They're putting in tons of hours and burning the candle at both ends. And so I just really like to take the opportunity to thank them for all their hard work. They're great guys, and we'd like to just convey to everybody that please don't hold us accountable for some of the decisions made by our leaders. We're trying.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate
Nice
your
to meet
time
you.
very much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate Sergeant Cross for talking with me, and I'm going to stay in touch with him. And it's interesting kind of getting the backstory of what's been going on, according to him, at the sheriff's office. Because, I haven't covered like Pima County before. So I just kind of came in to cover Nancy Guthrie. And it's interesting how it's kind of opened the door and opened like a window into a look of.
Oh, Brian, honey, you blew it all. You blew that shit out the water. You got the scoop. And they're all going, how do we top that one? Why don't y'all try being real instead of fake and polished and pretty? Because life ain't like that in real life. Ain't always polished and pretty.
what has been happening with the Pima County Sheriff's Office, what sounds like for years, at least according to many of the people who I've been talking to. So again, appreciate Sergeant Cross for talking with me. I'm going to stay obviously on the story. I'm not going anywhere. I'm hoping that things are starting to move. And there have been times since I've been here for the last 2 weeks that I felt like we were at a standstill, and there have been times that I felt like things were starting to move around. And I'm getting that feeling now that we may be getting closer to a resolution here. And the reason I say that is because of the SWAT raids. And again, the one on Friday night, there was a federal search warrant signed by a federal judge. They don't just sign those things without some kind of meat on the bones. So
Exactly. They're not supposed to. It would have to take more than, I know a guy who might be the guy in that mask because his eyes are similar. That is not enough to get a federal judge to sign a federal warrant. It better not be. And y'all, I mean that because we are all protected under the Constitution. I don't need somebody from 20 years ago who I made mad to say, you know what? I think her eyes matched that eyes in that video y'all showed me. And then I got the feds on my house based on some eyeballs.
Right.
Swab my cheek, motherfucker, and compare it to that DNA you claim you got.
Exactly.
The fact that happened, and granted, they could clear all those people. They could clear that guy. I don't know.
So what could they have had other than that, right? Other than if it was just not, so take the tip off the table. I know a guy with eyeballs. What could they have gotten? Did they show up in a geofence warrant too? What else led them there? I'm so curious, and hopefully we'll find out more.
I know.
If there's more, if there really are anything to those guys, we're going to see a lot of movement in the next couple of days on that. Because you don't have time to waste. We have a missing woman who may or may not be alive. We'll figure out the whys and the wheres and all that later. First, we got to find this. We ain't got time to sit. So all the downloads they took, how long is it going to take y'all to start getting in there and looking to see if there are any emails, communications with other people, a plan to abduct? That's what they're looking for.
Yep.
When we dig into your data on your phone, what do they think? What do you think they're looking for? Communications about kidnapping a lady.
Yep.
Oh, that seems like they cleared the guy near the Mexico border the other night, Carlos. So we'll see. But the totality of everything, that DNA coming in from inside Nancy's house, and then DNA from the glove. And that's just what we know about. I can promise you there's probably so much that we don't know about that the FBI has and that the Pima.
Brian, ask one of your sources, did he drop his flashlight? I mean, no, we don't. Well, he knows if he ain't got his flashlight. Kind of like Brian Koberger realized he didn't have a sheath. Did this guy have a moment like that? Oh, fuck, my flashlight.
Right.
What kind of, if he's watching, what kind of DNA did I leave behind? Does it even matter now? Let us know if you found a flashlight.
The county sheriff's office has. So my
hair, a skin cell, blood, I don't know.
Hope is that over the next couple of days, we're really going to see some movement here. And God, it would be amazing if Nancy Guthrie came home alive. And my heart goes out to her family, to Savannah Guthrie, and I'll just keep covering it. So appreciate you guys for following me, for subscribing, and I'll talk to you guys later.
We appreciate you, sir.
That was good.
You ain't done me wrong so far. I've got no reason to hate on him at all. So people who don't, or they're like, oh, you like Brian? Yeah, I do. Get over it, right? We do. We do.
We all like who we like, so.
What do y'all think about the interview with that guy, though? I'm going to check. Have you seen anything on Twitter?
I sent you something. I don't know. You've probably seen it, but I don't know if you want to play it. It kind of goes off of what we've been talking about.
Let me see here. Oh, okay. Let me pull that up. Twitter. Butterfly, I got another video of the puppy just a few minutes ago.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Aww.
My son got a new puppy, guys, and he got it yesterday, and they came by, and it was a little puppy. Well, at his home, he's got a 3-year-old, 4-year-old, a dog, and anyway, she's getting along really well with the puppy. He's been sending me.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, they're having fun. Okay, who is this? Oh, Michael. Okay.
Our local news here has been reporting a lot on this case.
Ours does too, but I don't watch them people.
I don't either to see it come
I,
across
I
Twitter.
only do if I only do if I something. Right now I've got 3 murder investigations locally that we're watching, and 2 mothers killed their children, and 1 is the Danica Troy case. No shit, we just had a lady arrested the other day, threw her 5-year-old baby into a body of water that I didn't live far from decades ago.
Wow.
The second case is a 25-year-old female. She was found dead in her home before this case, Nancy's case happened, and immediately it was put out that her mother and the 25-year-old girl had a 5-year-old daughter. When she was discovered dead in the house, the mother and daughter, her mother and her daughter, were nowhere to be found. They tried to say they left to go on a family trip, and the daughter had stayed behind. They just arrested that mother for killing her daughter. So got 2 mamas in jail right now in this town for killing their babies. So I only go watch them people whenever. How come I can't pull up this dude's tweet? I didn't pull it up from. I had to go on the computer, but did I not put it in right? Let me see. Hang on, guys.
It could be X having its issues. It's off and on.
I think it was me. I didn't put his @ in correctly. There it is. It was me. Oh, this is Michael's post. Okay. I like him. Have you seen him on interviews and stuff talking? That's where I first found him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I follow him. Okay. I haven't reviewed this yet, y'all. This is what Butterfly found on the twits. Okay.
I've seen this one, but in that article.
Wait. It's not something new.
No.
Oh.
But I don't think you've shared it. This is the part where you've been talking about it.
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? I think the FBI, if they are. Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? I think the FBI, if they are having problems doing criminal investigations, please call us, because we have real policemen here. We'll do that for you, because obviously they can't get it done. I'm upset at that, and I'm upset at the inappropriateness of their investigative efforts.
Wow.
Well, this didn't age well.
Now this is back from when he was mad at them in 2016. We have reviewed this here, but for those of you who missed it, this is what the sheriff has been saying, was saying long before Nancy Guthrie case ever happened.
Yep.
Am I upset at the FBI? Absolutely. They should. They get by with saying no comment. Who does that in today's world? Who does that? I think the FBI, if they are having problems doing criminal investigations, please call us, because we have real policemen here.
If the FBI is having problems doing the investigation, please call us. Sure, it's the other way around.
No.
It's the other way around.
Never.
Turn around, sir, and twist yourself.
We'll do that for you, because obviously they can't get it done. I'm upset.
Butterfly's like, dude, do not call that sheriff's department. Call the one next door, please.
Yeah.
Call that other county.
At that, and I'm upset at the inappropriateness of their investigative efforts.
Wow, you prick.
Yep.
I could use a different word, but I'll choose to use that one. Holy moly.
Yep. He was digging himself deeper and deeper. Keep digging, dude. Just go away.
Goofy bastard. It wouldn't
He
be
can
so
go
bad.
sit on that bench over there with that guy in Delphi. Are they related, maybe? In my opinion.
Oh, hell, I don't, in your opinion, are they related? Oh, no. They might have
friends.
I think they went to the same school of public speaking, though. And they were taught to use their hands.
Same school of bullshit.
Okay. I'm going to troll around and look and see if I see anything new that's popped up, guys. Look here. This is a video on that Bluefly device. Okay. As soon as they mentioned it, I'm like, I need to know more. And I went and found myself a video like I usually do. Tell me about a crime scene investigation technique, and I'm going to find me a video to watch about it. Y'all can't hear it?
Mm-mm.
Can you see it?
I can see. I don't hear anything.
There's music in the background. But y'all, hang on my screen on the phone. It doesn't even show. I'm confused. Y'all don't hear the sound? Can anybody else hear that? It's just music
I
playing.
don't hear, but I think on the live you can hear it. But I don't hear it here with you.
I hear it through my headphones. If you
I
hear
don't.
me talking, don't you hear the other videos we play?
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to hear this one.
Weird.
Everybody else is saying they can hear it. Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's all that matters.
Okay. Yeah, it's just music in the background that you really got to read the screen. So if y'all are up for reading, they're not going to tell you anything. You got to read it. Oh God, I hope they don't strike me for using this music in the background. Hold the fuck up. Hold on. We don't even need that music. I'll get a little notification about ads, share streaming with the I don't know. Like, fine, that's fine with me. Whatever, I don't care. But they're so picky about that shit. It's literally just a video, and you got to read the screen. So it's telling you that it is definitely to seek out these Wi-Fi's, right? The Wi-Fi signal. That's all this video is showing you that it does. It's pretty cool technology,
Yes.
right? Especially in
Mhm.
search and rescue missions for a missing person. If they walk off their hiker and they got their devices on them and they're lost now, you could track them by using this kind of device.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause
And I'm
it'll
sure
pick
it's gotten better since it first came out. You know, they're
Oh,
gonna
this is
keep
all this is
improving.
relatively all new though.
Yeah.
This is all new tech. This is not something that's been around 20 years. This is new technology. So it is state of the art. But it's going to improve over time, obviously. But you got to fly at low range and you got to be zoned in on an area. You know, and when you're out in the hiking situation, you can fly all over the place with it, but you got to fly low. So you got to get in
Right.
the tree. You got to get into the spots to be able to do this, to conduct it. But could it get better as far as altitude needing to be, right? Can it be
Yep.
further away in the future to pick up that same signal? So we're not required to have to fly so low because that could be dangerous in certain. Now this one was flying above the trees, right? So there's no telling how far it's advanced for real. But for now, they still have to fly low to pick up that signal. But I think it's an amazing tool to have in the arsenal, especially when you're looking for a lost child that
I
wandered
agree.
off, right? That
Mhm.
wandered off. Now, do you air tag your kid? Maybe. Do they have their own phone walking around? Maybe. But or they were just abducted. You know,
Yeah.
a lot of people put those in the kid's shoe and things like that. So, which is a good idea. But that
Mhm.
device could save your child if it ever wandered off. And
Right.
then we're all moms. It only takes a second sometimes. None of us can sit here and pretend to be pretty and perfect, and that would never happen to me. Don't. My mama always said, "Don't ever say never, honey." And never say not
Mhm.
mine, not my kid. Don't ever.
Exactly.
She warned me before I ever had kids. Don't do it. But I think that's amazing technology.
Mm-hmm.
How could it help? You know, and if they could hone in on an area, say for instance, they thought Nancy was in one of those houses they're going after, would they attempt to fly around that house first until we pick up a signal?
Right.
Or would you do it afterwards because they hit her in the crawl space or something like that? You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm sure when they were out there doing grid searches and things like that, they were looking for shallow graves and things of that nature because that helicopter flying so low around her home to see if it could pick up a signal. Why that close to the house if y'all don't see her on the ground anywhere, right? Are you looking for something under the earth? Maybe just a little bit. There's no telling. At least they went out and they tried it. And maybe they can hone in on another location or area that they can attempt to use it in there as well.
East Tennessee, where did you see that?
What do they say?
So they're towing another car at Luke's house.
Towing another car at Luke's house. The one that was wrecked? And where do we see that at?
Right, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, where can I find that at? Because I've been hang on, let me go to the usual culprits on X that would know.
Mm.
Landscaper seen at Nancy Guthrie's house today as Sheriff Nanos shows that his county is all about law and order. Now, the family has apparently agreed to let whatever is going on there continue. They're the ones that can shut that down. We need to call and cancel Mom's landscapers. We need to call and cancel the pool guy, get everybody off the fucking property. Stay off the property. But maybe the FBI said, look, we've done all we need to do there. We went back with a fine-tooth comb, got everything Nanos missed, conducted all of our done. We are literally done with that property. So if they want to bring on the guys, let them do it.
Maybe they want them to come and check out who people are that go there.
Okay, hang on. Well, they've already swabbed these people, though. If this is the routine pool company,
Yep.
they've already looked into them. Same with the landscapers. We heard about them from day one. Pool people, landscaper, blah, blah, blah. Well, they're back at the
Yeah.
property doing their work. So I'm assuming their DNA, if they voluntarily gave it, didn't match what's in that house. So I'm not going to sit here and go, well, there's the real culprit. He's on the property. All right. Let me read this before I put anything on the air. Let me see. Y'all give me a second. Okay, it's just a bullshit post like I thought. They're trying to make a big deal about this. Well, I don't even know who this is posting it, but they're showing the Department of Economic Security card that was in the window.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's not investigating like adult. It says adult advanced investigator, adult protective services, but it comes up also the Department of Economic Security. So financially, I think somebody was being abused, but was it Tom and Annie abusing her? And who would find out about it to report it?
Mm-hmm.
Because all they did was put that picture up of the card and then Tom's power of attorney with Annie. How's that relevant to that card? It's not.
Mm-mm.
And that didn't get me nowhere. So thanks a lot for your bullshit post. Now I'm going to try to find out about what that comment said about the car being towed. I don't know where that's coming from. If you're still here, please put it in chat where you saw that.
He said JLR.
Oh, is he live?
I don't know.
Y'all keep me informed. I'm multitasking over here, trying to keep
Okay.
up with everything. I can't do this alone. I mean, I can, but
Probably is when he hasn't not been, but
let me just go look. If he's on scene towing a car, then I want to see it.
right.
So I'm just if y'all see something, please let me know where you got it from, because I can't go on. You heard something and now we're gonna put it out there. All right, let me get that out of the way. Okay, he is at that house. Let me back it up. Let me get to where he's going to be he's just standing in the street talking, and I'm not watching all that. Let me back it up. Let me just, I don't know where he's at, what's going on. All right, for all of y'all who do not want to watch this guy, I apologize, but I'm watching it.
Yeah, all I see is just the car gone when he gets there. I don't see a tow truck actually towing the car.
Okay, so you went back to the video,
Mm-hmm.
and you just, when he got there, that car was gone. Is there a cop in the driveway, though?
I don't see a cop.
I see one. Hold on. I'm getting there.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that part yet.
Oh, wait, I can't. It's easier to do this without that up there. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me mute out for a second and do a little recon. I'll be right back. Let me figure this out. I just can't go blind. I got to figure it out. And if he just showed up and the car was gone, that's so.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a cop there. So I'm trying to get, let me get the video back up. I took it. All right. All right. Let me get it to where I saw that at. Oh God, no, not talking to that guy. Wait, he's at Nancy's right there with that cop. All right, where does he go? Let me get it to where he goes
Yeah,
to.
he actually leaves and then gets to the place. I don't see a cop. I don't see a tow truck. I see the car gone, but I don't see a cop.
Okay, I don't know. Let me just put the video up. I can't tell what's going on. I got to hear him talking for a second so I can get the gist of what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, is he back? Yeah, okay.
It is a new week, folks. They call this week 3.
It just is.
Put it on fast speed. Put it on 2 times speed. It'll show him driving there.
All right.
Oh, he's just now getting in the car?
Yeah, he's just now getting in the car.
Okay, hold on. Let me do that so we can give a shit.
Yeah, just put it right there.
I can't listen to things on fast speed. My ears do not like it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get to where he gets to the house. Hold on. Because I don't need to see all that driving.
Yeah.
I really
That's
don't.
what I did. I went 2 times speed and just got to where he was at the house.
That's showing he's still at
Yeah, keep going.
Nancy's. Is it almost to the end of the video?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he's just getting there, right?
Now he's driving. Yeah.
Okay, let me get it back up. I'm going to put it on regular speed. This is so... All right, I'll hit the wrong button. What? Oh, it's already up. Like, what is it telling me? Oh, y'all got to go. That's so distracting to me. That's why I don't do that here. If it doesn't bother y'all, I'll put your comments up there. But when I'm watching a live stream, that is just the most distracting thing in the world to me. I don't need it. I can look at this comment section.
Right.
That's extra. Extra. Read all about it. There's the house. Slow down, JLR. Let me slow you down, buddy. Because I don't do shit in speed time. I got to look at normal. Where's my normal? Okay.
Yeah, we saw when on Enton's live or video, we saw that car there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a whole car sitting there wrecked with the front end wrecked. Partially, the tarp was there. Part of it fell, and it was just sitting there. We saw the whole car. So I guess when JLR shows up, that car's gone. Does it mean anything? We don't know yet.
See what? Missed it. I want to to see where they went. They had the blue car there. It's gone.
Forward, careful.
Wrecked car. Went to impound, probably. What do you think, folks?
Wrecked car went to impound, probably.
Yeah, we don't know who actually picked it up. Who asked for it? Was it the people that live there, or was it?
What if they already had a plan to get it repaired?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why the car isn't there yet, but I will not put out that car was towed and impounded. Because that is not something we know for a fact. We just know the car's gone now.
Exactly.
But I don't know why. I don't even know if these people did anything wrong. Nobody got arrested yet.
Well, Salty, I have to drop down, but I'll still be in chat.
Towed to shop. Maybe she towed to shop. Related or unrelated along.
Towed to shop, or see, he doesn't know either. It's speculation. But thanks for bringing that to our attention that the car was gone, because I appreciate it. Butterfly, thank you for coming up. We're going to wrap it up here in just a little while. And of course, if things happen throughout the evening. We'll come back and do an update show tonight if necessary, especially if anything happens. But I appreciate you coming up. Thank you, hun.
Thank you. I will see you all in chat.
All right, thanks.
Bye.
Law enforcement. Where's the impound?
They're not gonna they're gonna take it into a probably.
I mean, is he just towing his car to shop for the?
They won't be outside.
Okay, that's just speculation. And there's no activity there. There's no law enforcement there. There's nothing. Finally got a better camera. Okay, so the car's just gone. It's interesting that it's gone now after we all saw it, right? We're like, oh, where'd your missing car go? Where's your missing car? Did you go have it repaired? Did you tow it already? You know, there's could be 1,000 answers for that. Simi, you popped in for a moment. It's a nothing burger, folks. That's her opinion. Now she's going back to lurking. We so appreciate you. I do like y'all's opinions matter, not just mine. I'm gonna give you mine. I expect y'all to give me yours. We've not seen any more. Let me go look at the there's been no official reports come down today or statements or anything like that. Nanos has not got nothing to say yet. I haven't seen any posts about anybody coming at that guy, but then again, I am not on Twitter today, like trolling around looking at different things. Get out of here with that. I gotta verify this. So was that Range Rover sold 8 days before Nancy went missing? Because I thought the guy driving the Range Rover worked at the dealership. Now you're saying it was purchased by somebody else 8 days ago, and that's why we saw the temp tag. No, sir. Some of your see, you got the people confused. It's so obvious of who was in the house and who was in the car. Hey, thank you, Nerdy. Some of this I want to read before I read it out loud, guys, because I don't. My Twitter peeps, they are a hot mess sometimes, but I do want to read this. Let me see. All right. So Nerdy's reporting that, and this is Nerdy Addict on Twitter, for those of you who don't know. A lot of his information has been pretty accurate. So I believe the man people have identified as being in the Range Rover is incorrect. Here's the thing about whoever owned that Range Rover doesn't mean they were the one driving the car. We were told 2 people were detained from the home, but based on neighbors' accounts, that does not appear to be accurate. What are neighbors saying? Mr. Curl, an attorney who lives in the neighborhood where the SWAT raid took place, said he and his wife had just returned from a 3-week vacation and were unwinding at home when a sheriff's deputy knocked on their door alongside their next-door neighbor, an elderly woman who lives with her adult son. See, she was never detained. He said the woman was alone at her house around 6 p.m. Friday when investigators arrived with a search warrant. She was the only occupant? She was not allowed back inside while they conducted the search. What if the other person was detained and then Mr. Curl doesn't know it? And maybe she would have said, well, they got so-and-so detained. She lives next door with her adult son. He said the woman was alone at her house around 6 p.m. Friday when investigators arrived with a search warrant. She was not allowed back inside while they conducted the search, so she spent the night at the Curls' home. After investigators cleared out in the early hours, Mr. Curl said he walked next door with her to help secure the house. Inside, he noticed a copy of the federal warrant sitting on the living room. Did he screenshot it? She had no idea what they were asking about. They didn't have a whole lot of questions for this lady, y'all. Can you identify? Do you know this person? Do you know this person? That person, maybe. Do you know? Who knows what they answer at what they asked her? But she was not detained as a persons of interest, which I knew that I already knew that. But here's Nerdy also bringing it out there. After the investigation is cleared out, and they go back home. Okay, she had no idea what they were asking about. She had no information about the disappearance or any idea why they were focusing on her house. She's really distraught, he said, adding that her son had been questioned and released and was staying with friends. So was he at her house when they served the warrant? And now he's like, sorry, Mom, I'm going to go stay with friends. So her son was detained, questioned, and released. She was sent next door to wait out the search. And the guy being identified as the Range Rover driver may not be the right guy. See, it's a hot mess express. I'll worry about their identifications later. We got it. Oh, hey, is Keith still here? What is this? We got a verified motion for extension of time to file the brief. Appellate's brief due on February 16th. That's today. Delphi case. Court of Appeals. I'll have to dig into that a little bit more. Somebody on Twitter asking if people are thinking that Savannah and her sister and, of course, the brother-in-law took a lie detector test. Nancy Grace chimed in and said, likely, yes. I hope it wasn't on her show. I've seen people take a lie detector test on her show before, and it was a hot mess express. I think he fell asleep during the lie detector test. Who does that? Wait. Oh. What questions do you have about the Nancy Guthrie investigation? Leave a comment or DM. We have none for you mainstream media people. I've got nothing to ask y'all. Like y'all are smarter than me or something? What is this? 3 hours ago. What? Okay. Lord, it just keeps coming. Now, so TMZ's offered to relay the information about Ms. Nancy's abduction over to the feds from this letter writer. Now, a Tucson man starts a GoFundMe for Bitcoin to buy info. Ms. Nancy, we are so sorry. The search of Nancy Guthrie is hitting new extremes. Members of the public are now crowdsourcing crypto, with one concerned citizen launching a GoFundMe to help bring her home. The page, started by Arizona native Sean Breeden, entitled Help Find Nancy Guthrie, says the plan is to funnel donations straight to the Guthrie family so they can buy Bitcoin. I don't think Savannah's got a problem buying Bitcoin. Savannah's got a problem not knowing if that's just even real. But I'm really concerned about this new letter writer to TMZ. I'm not going to sit here and say that's all fake yet until the FBI says it is. Go find the guy and question his ass and find out. I'm seeing raids on houses. And this man claims I got information. Where is the raid on his house? As we reported, TMZ received an email Wednesday demanding one Bitcoin in exchange for the alleged kidnapper's identity. That's no small ask. A single Bitcoin is currently worth about $65,000. Back to the GoFundMe. Breeden says any leftover funds could be handed over to the FBI or local police to help cover the massive costs of the ongoing investigation. So far, the donations are at a crawl. The $65,000 goal has only pulled in $115 from donors as of Monday morning. So there's a reward being offered. Savannah she's got the means to pay the Bitcoin. It's never been about that. It's never been about not having the funds to do it. Lord help me. I've got doors on this house that don't appear to be busted in. I want to know what kind of door was at Miss Nancy's bedroom that led to that courtyard. And I want to know how they got in that house. I don't care who they are. How did you get in? I'm going to care who you are here in a minute. But right now I'm concerned about how you got in that house. Because that's going to tell me a lot about who this perpetrator is going to be. Because if there's no forced entry, Miss Nancy's going to open that door at 2 o'clock in the morning to a guy in a mask. Y'all think she don't know how to use the peephole? She's got a Ring Nest camera showing her what's on the other side of that door. Is she going to open it? I'm not going to call Miss Nancy a fool right now. How'd they get in the house? That's what we haven't looked at yet. Okay, it's this one. And it was a Fox News. And I searched their whole website and couldn't find this. So I was glad to see it this morning on Twitter.
Then there's a second blue door.
So there's the window that Butterfly was referring to that I couldn't see very well from when I first looked at it. She said she saw it. And that is on the back patio. There's a couch against the brick wall. And there's this big window into Miss Nancy's home. There's going to be a blue door to the right. There's no sliding glass door back there. Remember, I'd speculated, was there a slider back there? I would love to know. French door slider. Now we know. We have a little bit of a better picture. Oh, Keith, cool. Keith, I will be getting with you later today. I would love for you to come talk to me about this. Rick's appellate brief is not due until the 26th due to the court trial clerk delaying getting all the exhibits. Oh boy, we're still battling that, aren't we? Yes, that's absolutely true. To the state's appellate team, the state is likely to ask for an extension and it be granted. I agree. They got to have the extensions right since it took so long to get the information. So it's nice to see things are moving along, though. So I appreciate y'all that keep me informed on Twitter. I haven't been to All Eyes' website in a minute, but I love my Twitter friends. Thank you, Keith. Okay, so this is...
Or that seems to be attached or near the garage.
Start over. Excuse me. We all know there's the blue door over at the garage, right? That was right next to the floodlights that was damaged. And you can tell there was no broken windows on that door or signs of forced entry. So now here, this video gives us a glimpse of that back door.
Drone video that shows you an angle of Nancy Guthrie's house. You may not see too much. It's the back side of the home and the rear patio. Now the back door is blue with some window panes, and then there's a second blue door that seems to be attached or near the garage. Now from our wide unofficial view, we can't see any signs of smashed glass or noticeable signs.
Now there's the other back door to the garage, and you can see where they've done removed the floodlight from the damaged brick. Because the brick was also damaged, not just the floodlight. The bricks were loose behind it. You were just tugging on it, trying to get it to come down, and all that happened?
Of forced entry, but that's just, our unofficial survey. Drone video
Show
that
me
shows you
Nancy's
an angle
patio
of Nancy
by the
Guthrie's
bedroom.
house. You may not see too much. It's the back side of the home and the rear patio. Now, the back door is blue with some window panes, and then there's a second.
There's no signs of forced entry in that back of the house, guys. Front door shut. Was it locked? Gonna rule out robbery right now if that front door was locked. I ain't bringing the victim out bloody and then taking the time to lock the door so no one gets suspicious, and leave the blood on the front porch at the same time. I'm not buying robbery gone wrong. I'd have took the time to steal a valuable from my troubles as well as the victim. But all you stole was the victim. Are you a people collector? What was the motive? I've been asking that all day. So if we take robbery gone wrong off the table, we take attempted SA off the table, what are we left with? Ransom notes are fake, take them off the table. What are we left with? Why would you take her? Revenge? Retaliation? The family did it because they're going to get an inheritance? I've took that off the table as well. So now I'm back to who else would do it? And why? If you're going to go and kidnap, if your sole purpose was to go in there and kidnap this lady and it wasn't for Bitcoin, why would you do it? You don't do a robbery with a full backpack, kids. Thank you, Keith, coming in hot with some knowledge. Where are you going to put the stuff you stole, right, Keith? Where are you going to put the shit you stole if your backpack is so packed you can't get nothing else in there? Can we critically think for a moment instead of having some talking heads tell us what they think happened, and we're like, oh yeah, that makes sense? Hell no, it don't make sense. That's why they don't like social media, guys. Mainstream media is like, oh, you're going to debunk our theory in just about 5 seconds. We don't like y'all because of that. Stop lumping us all into groups of bad people. We're not all Lauren Matthias and Megan Connor. Some of us women don't come out here and pretend to be something we're not. We come out and show it and let our freak flag fly. Lord bless the women who have the balls to do it. It took a long time to get your voice sometimes, and once you get it, throat chakra work is real. Like, I took that shit way too seriously a few decades ago. About 15 years ago. Has it been that long? Is that why I'm tired? Once I got it back, it never stopped. I seriously dove in and did my chakra work, and I focused on my throat chakra because I realized something. And boy, once I unblocked that blockage, guess what? They probably said, we worked a little too good on her. We needed to tone that shit back down a little bit. Oh, Lordy. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Yes, y'all feel me? Some of y'all know. It's like when I swear last week when I was sick, I'd caught the nasties, and this case was so much and overwhelming. We didn't know what was going on those first few days. I got really sick, and I was laying on my bed, and Gigi had the chill chat going with that music, and I laid that shit right there on my solar plexus. And let me tell you, I felt it, and I appreciated it. She got me back to my grounding, and she reminded me of who I was. Thank you, Gigi. And thank you, Jolene, for cracking me up in the middle at 2 o'clock in the morning. God bless your ever-loving soul. I love it. All right, guys. I woke up in a good mood today because there's a shift coming again. So I just got some news yesterday that made me happy. So I was in a good mood today. But I want Miss Nancy found. I want the bullshit to stop. I want that sheriff to sit all the way down. We've demanded it all week. Now we're even demanding it more. I hope the investigators can come up with some solid leads. Hopefully this DNA, glove DNA, will get resolved today. If it matches whatever was in that house, if that is even true, then we got something. If it doesn't match what was in the house, we're back to ground zero. If they actually have a solid profile in that house, they're working IGG right now behind the scenes. But IGG is not enough. Once you identify that person, now you got to have evidence they did something. You go back and start looking into all the things they were doing. That's how it starts. You can't just say IGG says you match that DNA in that house. If that's all we were going to do with Kohberger, right? That's your DNA on the knife sheath. End of story. Yeah, but how did it get there? Somebody stole my sheath. I went to a knife show. I touched and handled knives. Here's the receipt, or here's the date that I went. Hopefully there's video of me at the knife show. But you got to have evidence. That was the problem in the Kohberger case. How did you get back to my client? Was it simply his DNA matched that sheath? What else do you have to back it up that he put it there? It's the whole thing. And don't you dare IGG that glove and point the finger at somebody. Don't you dare. That's dangerous and we cannot accept it. We shouldn't, anyway. I'm going to get off my soapbox now. I want to dig into a couple of things today. What went by fast, y'all? Oh, Butterfly needs a nap. Her coffee ain't working. She was up so late last night. We were. But look, two of my kids, dark 30, their butts were in the bed. One of them, she was a night owl. I've always been the one who functions on very little sleep. A lot of coffee and a little bit of sleep. That's been my normal my whole life. But some days it gets to you, don't it? Uh-oh, let me check my messages in case something's come in. Okay, that was from you. Okay, got it. What is this? Oh, good Lord. Send me bogus text messages I don't care about. Not anybody I know. It's like, my son wanted me to sign up one time for some coupons for this car wash place he likes. And for some reason, they always send me these stupid texts. And I never say unsubscribe or whatever, stop, whatever you're supposed to say. I never take the time to do it. So they always send me these random bullshit texts. I don't know why I put up with it. Maybe I should hit the stop button. Let me do that right now. Okay, I told them to stop. Maybe they will. Because it's starting to get annoying. All right, y'all think this person writing the letters is going to bite what TMZ has proposed? Tell us what you know and we'll pass it on. And you can stay completely anonymous because I really don't give a shit who that person is at this point if they got information on Miss Nancy that's legit. It's worth checking out. Are we going to sit here and say it's not worth checking out? Was Carlos worth checking out? What made Carlos worth checking out? What made this last raid worth checking out? Are the letters not worth checking out? Even if they're not legit, the person writing them needs to be punished. Okay, my curiosity's got the best of me and I got to go nose around in something. I don't see any like relevant updates, guys. There's no like banging news coming down. Just everybody's talking about the same things we've talked about all morning. Y'all know to make the rounds and see what all's out there. And y'all know what I always say about them YouTube streets. What is this? Oh, that was from earlier. So this guy is claiming to TMZ about south of the border, saw shit 5 days ago, and saw Miss Nancy. He's worth talking to. Do y'all agree? Would y'all go find him and talk to him? Hang on, I got another. Oh. Okay, finally, I'm opted out. Thank God. Get out of here. Would y'all go talk to the guy? Would you worry about finding him? I'll have to go watch Gigi after on the replay in a little bit. She's going to be talking about the same things we are. Bless her heart. I enjoy her shows though. I don't watch too many out there right now, but Gigi is one that I don't watch their stuff like all the time, but I do watch some of her stuff. It's always on replay because I'm busy too. Candy, I agree. I don't think TMZ would risk writing the notes, but you never know. I don't think they'd risk it. I'm going to say right now, I don't think TMZ's writing these notes to themselves. I know idiots exist out there that write these kind of shit. People wrote letters to Judge Gull in the Delphi case off the internet. I've seen things. I know those could be legit people sending it, but I'm not telling you they're the kidnapper, but somebody is sending these letters and they need to be found and spoken to, just like the Carlos and these people in this other house. How dare you send letters at a time like this? How dare you? And as a society, are we going to keep putting up with this kind of stupid shit? Now, if TMZ wants to take down their whole package and destroy your brand, have at it, buddy. I could care less. I don't know you. I don't really care. It is the dumbest move you could ever make as a major media outlet. The dumbest move on earth. And you better have a damn good hacker in your corner that's going to cover their tracks extremely well so they can't figure out you sent them to yourself. Now, are these idiots sending these letters good enough to hide it from the FBI this long? I got questions about that. You got your damn sniffers. You got your height charts. You got your fancy camera work. And you can't find these letter writers. Okay. All right. Well, y'all just do what you will with that one. Right? Something ain't adding up. You think the FBI and Savannah are like, oh, there's just idiots on the internet. We'll just let them go and never try to find them? They found the text messaging guy very quickly. We ain't heard shit about them finding these ransom letter people. If it was my mama and you wrote a letter saying you knew where she was at, I'm coming out with a video for you to call me. Sidestep the sheriff. Possibly the FBI. Call me, asshole. That's my mama. And I would have every private investigator I could hire on the planet trying to find you right now. Just like I'd have knocked on WSU Mom's Kim's door. Don't think I wouldn't have. Because I absolutely would have. Then I'd have sat down, lit my cigarette, and called the law and told them what I did. And why. She wouldn't shut her fucking mouth about my kid. I had no choice. She left me no choice. Let my mama go missing, and some weirdo on the internet come out and claim they know where she's at and me not find them in about 5 fucking seconds. With my $40 million in the bank. And my team of security. Watch me go hire Maureen's firm instantly to find you. I don't know what Savannah's doing behind the scenes, but the girl ain't stupid. Well, I guess she's not. Who had a scar? Could you tell? You mean the guy guy at the door? Could you tell he had a scar on his lip? Ruth Ann, how come she's not making more talking to the kidnappers? I don't know. Either the FBI has confirmed secretly that this is all bogus bullshit and there's no ransom, or it's still on the table and they're just making it a play. We got a whole kidnapping team there working with her that's way more informed than I am on kidnappings, right? I'm not going to sit here and throw shade at Savannah for not having tears, because here's the thing about me. I'm probably not going to have tears. And I have had to have hard conversations with people after I lost my daughter where I didn't shed a tear. But guess what happens at, like Stacy Chapin said, 2 a.m. is a dark hour. Everybody wanted to make a big deal about that statement. You blooming 2 o'clock in the morning, your husband and your children are finally in bed and the world is finally silent and you finally have a moment to break. That's where that statement comes from, because I know, because I've been there. And the amount of people who can't wrap their heads around some things. No news on the Range Rover. They're waiting DNA testing, 83. From what we understand from the FBI, yeah, they're just waiting testing to come back. And all they're waiting for is to confirm DNA present. You know, they combed it for all DNA, hairs, everything. Oh shit, East Tennessee. For real? Let's go look. We got to go ride along. We got to do a ride along, people. Just ignore who we're riding with. He might be riding dirty. Shh, we're not with him. Oh, hell, that's me. No, go pull up him. Get off my screen, Koberger. I'll get back to you later, Bubba. You ain't going nowhere. Let's go see what he's doing. You know, maybe JLR's a changed man. Why did you do it, Rick Allen? He also asked the same thing of Koberger. It wasn't just directed at Rick Allen. Let's not twist it. He directs it at every time a case happens and he shows up at the courthouse. He's going to yell that.
But she just got arrested, so the court that we were playing yesterday, she should have her initial appearance.
Right. Yeah.
Is he at Luke's house?
When? Find her court date. We should just go. Yo, if it's tomorrow, the next day I'm going.
No, it would have been today.
Because they might reveal something.
She already had it.
It might have been today.
Yeah. Because you have to see a judge in Arizona within 24 hours.
So will they refresh that on the court docket or something a day later?
Hold on. What's he talking about?
It's going to take us to the spot the feds took them. It's down the road here, but this is Annie and Tommaso's home.
Arrested on February 12th.
He's at Annie's house at this point. So hold on.
February 12th.
February 12th?
That's what I just got a message.
She was arrested February 12th?
Yeah.
Hello.
Who was? Hold on. What are these guys talking about?
All in the wash, walking.
See that photo of them towing it. I want to see what kind of car that was. Did you send it to you?
Somebody send him something? Iris, who left DNA? Saliva, but it's on their records. What are you talking about, hun? Let me try to catch up with your chat here. You talking about the guy at the front door? A scar above his lip. It's been reported he left DNA. We know, but we don't know for sure. This is what Nanos told us, and after what we saw a little while ago, we don't know about that. Saliva is the DNA, but it's not on records. How do you know that? We've already speculated. Could it be the flashlight that got dropped in Nancy's house that had saliva on it? Is that speculation like the rest of us, or you see confirmation of that somewhere? We agree if you're on that path with it. Could have happened. Yeah, Ruth, right? He does it to everybody. It's just JLR. Okay, you need to let me.
Day they go to the house and raid it. All right, approaching. She's in there. Can you see?
You would have to have all her information as far as the case number and stuff.
They don't do it by name?
Not.
Where I took all those weird pictures at, I spotted at least 2 manholes. And I didn't even get finished walking to the wash, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. I'm just looking.
Y'all, I'm trying to listen to their conversation because what they're talking about is interesting to me. Not these guys don't interest me. What they're saying does. I'm trying to do recon, so y'all just bear with me.
Now, there was a shooting around here last night.
Was there?
There was a Dollar Tree around here, and the scanner took it to the Dollar Tree. There was a massive police presence.
Oh yeah, I saw your text, but there was
a lot of police and fire and
Shooting over right
somewhere
here.
around here. There was a shooting. There's a backpack guy with a backpack. You know what I'm saying? It's a backpack. There's a lot of people with backpacks.
That guy yesterday was like,
who's Kayla? People are asking in the chat, who's Kayla? Remind people who's
Kayla Noel Day.
Kayla Noel, D-A-Y?
D-A-Y. She I don't know if she's still dating Luke, but she was dating Luke and they got arrested in 2025.
For what?
Together, for drug sales,
drugs.
I already knew all that. But I haven't put it out there.
See, and that's the thing is, I think if they looked at the mug shots, they could.
People are posted up his.
Look at the mug shots from the past and see if they match the eyeballs of the guy. Kayla's a girl.
Picture against the suspect video, and everybody's saying it's him. I'm not.
So he's talking about everybody comparing the eyes of the guy whose house was raided to the eyes of the guy in the video.